Let it fall to the right. Might need to go. Oh, yeah, got a great kick.
Never a doubt for him is the Tiger, and Xander walked down this fairway on the first. Our third member of our crew, a feature group, is Matt Every's doing a fantastic job all week long. Matt, what do you see for these two? What are you going to be looking forward today?
Good morning.
Morning.
Guys. I see some low numbers too. You know, conditions are ripe for scoring. Winds down out of a slightly different direction today, just pretty much straight out of the west. But, you know, these fairways are drier than they've been all week. Saw both of those balls, especially Sam's, get a little bit of a bounce there. Easy pins as well, especially in the middle part of the round where you can get after this golf course. Some of these guys, especially the two in our group here, can get off to a good start. I think a low one's definitely in the cards today.
You see if that low one is on. Imagine they're all going to be trying to get after the #1 player in the world. The Scotty Schauffele has turned Quail into his own dance floor here the last couple of days, especially in that third round. What do you say? I mean, the way that he played those last 5 holes yesterday was absolutely Picasso-like.
I mean, for a split second there, we had a leaderboard where we had 4 guys tied at the top with a few holes left with the Green Mile coming up, and we're thinking this is going to be an all-American Western shootout. And then Scotty does a few Scotty things on the way in and now takes a 3-shot lead into Championship Sunday. And the way he's playing,
I mean, and he left one out on 16.
Yeah.
Made the birdie on 16. He birdied 17 to lead by 2. And then this shot over on 18, the finishing hole of the Green Mile. That ball was in a divot. Was there any doubt?
no.
Had a privilege of watching it with Curtis Strange and Billy Cratchit last night back at the hotel. As soon as he got over that iron shot, they said, there's no doubt he birdies this hole, right? We're thinking, come on.
I was calling his shots at 16. I was with a buddy of mine, and I was like, watch this drive. He's barely going to skirt this bunker, and it does. And then he's going to hit it 12 feet. I did say he was going to make the putt, but, yeah, the way he played 17, the way he played the last 5 holes is just... It's Scotty. Scotty doing Scotty stuff.
Well, we're off to a good start on our featured group of Sam Burns and Xander Schauffele. Matt Every is out on that course. Might have to do a coin flip, see who's out for this one. See both of those players, just a shade over 153 coming in.
Peter, I thought you had your phone playing, the music playing on your phone there for a while. It's like, keep it going.
That was I brought the guitar into the studio, just kind of giving a little metal rip right off the bat.
Love it.
Just a little warm up. A little warm up for the feature group 2 this morning.
Yeah, not Victor Hovland type hard metal. More of a Mac Miller type.
God, if I listened to that stuff before I played golf, holy mackerel.
One of my best friends when I used to play out here, Steve Marino, we would rent houses together all the time. He was death metal, and like first thing in the morning, didn't care if you had an afternoon tea time.
Good morning to you, Steve.
Good to you guys.
All right, Peter. I'm going to go 8.5 over under on the cuzzes we get out of Xander today.
You said that's the phrase that he's been working into the mix. Let's listen in and see if we get one of them with him and Austin early.
West, southwest.
Or will it be Sam?
I think Sam lost the coin flip.
He'll defer to the second half.
No? Well, they just hit at the same time.
Why not?
I think Sam's ready to roll here, boys. Nice angle from the right side of the fairway. Just a breath of hurt into his face right now. I think with the downhill and the wind into his face, those kind of cancel each other out. Just over 150 here for Burns, and a scoring opportunity here at the first.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Just a 9-iron for Sammy. That was a big swing. He might be trying to force a wedge in there.
All right, we'll have an uphill putt.
Ball's got significant movement from right to left, but as you mentioned, he is putting uphill. Same yardage for Xander Schauffele. Both these players 2 over, trying to get into red figures as quickly as possible.
A little different speed on that swing for Schauffele. Is be able to get a little bit of a read off Sam's putt. So off we go with our feature group coverage of the final round of the PGA Championship. 2 birdie putts coming up on hole number 1 for Xander and Sam. It's a cool little view of the fans here at Quail Hollow. Carl, you and I got an opportunity to go take a gander at the golf course yesterday after our feature group coverage, and this place was packed. A lot of fans enjoying the Queen City, and actually ended up being great weather yesterday. That little breeze made it nice. It's going to be a little nice and warm for Matt Every out on the golf course today.
Yeah, it was beautiful out there.
Thanks for the invite, guys.
Yeah.
Back out there. I mean, unbelievable. Thought we were boys, too.
Yeah. That should answer the question, Matt.
It does.
Should have some right to left in these, Matt.
Maybe a little bit. I think late we might see a turn to the left, but the first part's back up the hill. Got to keep the speed up here.
One of the best putters on tour as of late, and right from the jump, Sam Burns.
Well, I got that lid off that trash can very quickly.
Let's go, Matt Every.
Such a good putt.
Scotty Scheffler said he played a practice round with Sam Burns and said it was just ridiculous. Everything he looked at went in. It's high praise. You know, Matt, not much of a different line for him.
And you know, before we jumped to live under par, it used to be these guys are good. give him a read, especially a guy like Xander. These guys are good, Peter.
Reach. Oh, gotta go.
Had it right on line.
So, two guys not afraid of some solid pace of play is well, it's right on line, Carl. Just not enough.
Yeah, I mean it's right in the center of the hole. Something's got these guys cracking up already. Here's the second hole, a par 4, 457 yards. A lot of players will take 3 wood and hit it straight towards that tree on the right, and that'll keep them shy of the rough on the right-hand side. Or you can go right up over the corner of the dog leg and have about 100, 115 yards left into the flagstick. With a short iron, this is a pretty accessible flagstick. If you're coming out of the rough or you lay back, it's pretty tough.
62 birdies so far this week. See just right over that swell in the middle of the green.
Yes.
Travis Perkins, his caddy, giving him a little.
Oh, please.
Boys, a little fun fact. Travis Perkins had a cup of coffee on the PGA Tour. Florida Southern. I believe he played a year out here.
Nice.
It's nice when those guys got a little understanding of Sam Burns' caddy. Travis Perkins is giving him that line. There's a great look at him. He gave him that line. It looked like, I would imagine, trying to clear that tree on that left-hand side. It's a strong move.
Wow, Pelican.
Oh, misses everything.
You hear the Cajun version of that fly, Pelican.
Please.
Indeed it does. That Paradigm Callaway driver he's been using since 23 finds the fairway once again. Perfect start for Sam Burns. Now a little bit further right line up for that ball flight, Carl.
He can go to the right of the trunk of the tree on the corner and draw it up and over.
Down. Please. Down. Sit. Down, please. Oh, yeah.
That's amazing. Are these guys any good? From 350 yards away, he knows that ball's close to the right edge of the fairway.
Well, great look at the fans hustling to get to their spot here on Sunday at Quail Hollow. Feature group coverage continues.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Valhalla, placing the Schauffele another U.S. Open Championship.
And champion golfer of the year.
McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
Xander and Sam sharing some laughs. Would like to have been a little bit closer to the top of that leaderboard, but you go back and look at what he did last year at Valhalla, 21 under, lowest 72 hole score to par in major championship history, and went wire to wire, although it got a little tight at the end.
Bryson DeChambeau, Victor Hovland putting up their best fight.
You see the 2 great drives once again. They were within about a half-yard distance-wise for the pin over on 1, and Sam Burns nipped him by a yard here on the 2nd. We'll take this brother-in-law pairing all day long.
Yeah,
ball like this.
I know these guys would rather be a little bit later today with an opportunity to contend, but if you are early on a Sunday, you want to be with one of your buddies.
Landing pin. Yeah, it's just so steep there. It doesn't seem like, I mean, based on that last wedge. Where's the wind? It's, right now it's playing a little hurt. Mostly cross. You see that American flag, it's definitely blowing a little hurt. We're getting like more of it. Yeah. All right.
Bless you,
So
Xander.
I'd say a little wetness. What do you think, like 40 feel or a little more?
I think the pin.
Yeah,
If
that's
you know,
fine.
pin on the machine would be ideal if it's a little bit hurt.
Yeah. Mostly cross.
you go-
Mostly
you go-
cross.
you
yeah.
go with
Yeah, I'm good with that. Slightly right of it.
Okay.
Any mud?
No, I don't think so.
That shouldn't affect
Fine, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're still spooked, boys, with that mud. $130 here for Xander. He's got the wind kind of quartering in off the left. He got more hurt in it than they do. Got to be careful here. Anything too far right will fall off the green and all the way back down into the primary cut, well below the surface.
Feel like you hit a 140-yard
Oh,
shot, and that
goodness.
is ideal. Right there, ball.
Look at the ball mark. Really dunked it for a deuce.
Yeah, but the beautiful part about that shot is where he left it. I mean, that is about the easiest putt you can have on this hole.
Look at how close this came to being an eagle.
Oh!
There it is, dialed in.
And we are talking about one of the best iron players in the world. I'm sure we could find some kind of metric that would prove that, even with Scotty Scheffler in it.
Burns, settle. Oh, yes. Jimmy, you talked about it, Carl, before the round. You said there were some accessible pin placements, and right now a friendly start for both of those.
Well, I'll tell you, too, if you drive it like these two guys have driven it on the first 2 holes, every hole's accessible because they're going to have a wedge or a short iron into a lot of these holes. And by the way, both of those in very good position, very makeable.
We go through, I'm always kind of curious about guys that have had success. Of course, both of these guys clearly a ton of success on tour, of what you're trying to do in the last round of a major. I was talking to Billy Cratchit about this on the ride over, Carl, with you as well, is how many of those guys are so locked in, man, this is a day to move up, versus just wasn't our week, let's kind of try to work on something under a major.
Well, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. You come out, you have a warm-up, you have an idea of, is the ball going where I'm looking? Get the ball in the fairway in the first couple of holes, and you know, if you start feeling it, like we're seeing these guys hit some very nice shots so far, you can start tightening those lines up, you know, start getting a little bit more aggressive if the ball's going where you're looking, and you start making some putts. Next thing you know, you shoot 5 or 6 under par and you move way up the leaderboard. I don't think it's something that you plan on. You don't go, okay, I'm going to go out and be aggressive today and shoot 5 or 6 under par. you kind of ease into that as the round goes. And
2 shots within 10 feet, Matt, and these guys seem to be fairly good buddies on and off the course, so it'll be nice to watch these two go at it all day long.
Yeah, this is an easy pairing for both of them. Twosome mid-morning, both both of their hopes of winning are clearly out the door. Just looking to play some good golf and add some change to the bank account.
You know, by the way, there's a decent amount of coin out here for these guys. What do you see on this one, Matt?
Big swinger here, Peter, right to left. This is all about matching up the pace and the line. It's going to be quick.
And that is why he's one of the best putters on tour. That flat stick, red hot, birdie start.
yeah, that's
Sam Burns.
I mean, these guys are out in just perfect conditions. I like the way he took a little bit higher line and just made sure it's dripping when it gets to the hole. No stress on a tap in if that ball doesn't go in.
Well, all right. This is the first tough read of the day. I got it left center. I have this, if anything, wanting to work right, but if I think if you keep the pace up inside the hole, that'll work as well.
To match the birdie for Burns. That's a confident stroke.
Slammed it into the back of the hole.
That will haunt. Never a doubt. Good pace.
This whole group, caddies and everybody, can play some
I was
golf.
going to say, this would be a heck of a. We got the
little
member guest
alternate shot.
in for it. Take us through the third, Carl.
Well, again, it's all about this tee ball. You got a tree that guards the left-hand side. If you miss it in the left rough, you've got deep bunkers over on the right-hand side that you want to stay away from. But if you do get the ball in the fairway, another scoring iron into an accessible hole location. Got a little backstop behind the flag stick. Got plenty of room between the flag and that ridge that bisects this green. Now, if these guys get the ball in the fairway, look for some aggressive approach shots.
So we see as good of a start as you can have. Sam Burns, birdie. Sergio Garcia, 3 under on his round so far today.
Those birdies are out there, as we have seen in our feature group so far.
So for this leaderboard the way it is, better chance if the course plays easier for Scotty, or would you like it harder?
If I'm if I'm saying to give Scotty a better chance?
Just to say that anybody has a chance.
Oh, okay.
Today. For this leaderboard to bunch up.
To the right here.
Burns,
Yeah,
he's
that's
3 straight bogeys on this hole.
That's going to be tree trouble on that left-hand side, too. Maybe he can launch it over, but all going to be lie dependent. 18 tee boxes, 18 fairways, 18 greens, 18 holes cut in the ground.
Correct. You still like Scotty no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. Just trying to build some drama here on Sunday. I'm
I
just
know.
trying to see. Sorry, Xander, I was talking in your swing.
Now, Xander's not only worked hard on speed over the last few years, he's worked very hard on this shot right here, and that is a fade. Generally likes to move the ball from right to left, but has been working hard. You can see he's aimed up that left-hand side. He's going to keep that club face from turning over through impact.
Not the happiest of campers with that one.
Over cooked. That's going to miss the bunker.
That will be right of it. So a little military golf, left, right, left, right. We'll see exactly how those balls landed up and the lie that they'll have. Sam Burns birdieing the first two. Xander 1 under as we continue to roll on our feature group coverage of the PGA Championship.
We'd like to recognize our champion.
It's my honor to present to you
The player who beat the strongest field in golf.
the coveted PGA Championship.
It's my great pleasure to present to you
The Wanamaker Trophy as the PGA champion.
Welcome back to Sunday at Quail Hollow. Feature group coverage. Peter Burns, Carl Paulson, Matt Every out on the golf course. Sam Burns 2 under through his first 2 holes. Xander just 1 stroke behind him as he birdied the second, but found himself in some trouble on the right-hand side, but still smiling with his caddy, Austin Kaiser. And we're smiling because we get an opportunity to see where these guys are going to be at. As Xander said, had some choice words for his swing where the golf ball was there, but Sam Burns going to be on that left-hand side.
Yeah, 186. Not sure if he's going to be able to launch that up and over the tree and get it to the green. Sam Burns, depends on the lie.
So Xander trying to get somewhat of a look on that right-hand side, and you can see where he's looking and now ducking down. The question is high or low, Matt Every. I guess it's kind of dependent on that lie, is it not?
He's got a good lie. I think he's sorted here, guys. You can go underneath the first one, up over the one you're probably seeing right in front of him. At 190 yards. It's one of those lies, too, that's going to jump, which will make the shot a little bit easier. But it's definitely doable for him. And then Sam Burns also got a decent lie. He's far back enough to where it shouldn't be an issue. And we just had our first cuz of the day. I don't know if you heard that.
Okay, we got
Yeah.
do one.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to curve it enough. Like really?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't. Out of these lights, they don't like rise. You know what I mean? They kind of just shoot up.
It's straight up. I think as long as you're under the main branch.
Yeah, you see that one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm on an 8 iron. And you have the wind there to help you with the
Yeah.
left, right.
I'm on an 8.
Okay.
Basically, have to just look second tree.
Yeah.
And not worry.
That's first priority.
Yeah.
.190, a little bit of her. I mean, out of the fairway, you'd be hitting a full 7.
Yeah.
For reference. Okay.
Okay.
That left bunker is okay.
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 Well, he's got to cut this a little bit, and coming out of the primary cut, even though it's a decent lie, it's going to be tough to bend it out of here. That's definitely going to be the challenge. As you heard Austin say, there's nothing wrong with that left bunker.
heard a thump and a stop.
It's in that bunker. It's fine.
Great insight. Just take a look, Carl. Just the explosion to make sure you stay down on it, but get it straight up.
Yeah, he had to hit an 8. That would have normally been a 7-iron, but had to get it up and over that tree that, as we take a look here, pretty tall tree there on that right-hand side. And as Matt alluded to, it is hard to bend it out of the rough because you get so much grass between the club face and the ball. Hard to put that side spin on it.
Yeah, 187 here for Burns, and first things first, if you're between clubs, maybe gear down, make sure you get it up over that tree. This needs to hustle though.
Get up. Get up. Get up over that ridge. Nice shot for Sam Burns. Very impressive shot for Mr. Burns, looking for his 3rd straight birdie to start the day. As we've been lucky all week long to be joined by our PGA professional, Natalie Sheehan of the Pelican, and from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, where we find Natalie just talking a little bit about Xander and what he does weight shift in his swing.
Absolutely. So I am joined here actually by the replica Wanamaker Trophy, which he won last year at Valhalla. And he's not having his best hole here, but one of the things he's been working really hard on in his golf swing, I'm going to use a half of a tennis ball here to show you. So I'm going to put it under my front heel here. And what he works on is really loading into his backside and the top of the backswing. And to start the downswing, squishing into the tennis ball or pushing down into the ground to start that downswing and really generate a lot of speed and power. You guys were talking about how he's really been working on fading the golf balls, so getting that pressure shifting to that left heel a little bit better can help with that. And we can go ahead and hit one doing just that. So we're gonna go back, push into the ball, and go through. And you can make really nice, solid contact. Great drill for those of you at home who maybe hang back on your back foot some. Cut a tennis ball in half and try that one out.
I don't know what I'm more upset about. The fact that Natalie has been doing these for the last 3 years and has nailed every single one. Like every time that she does one of these, she like hits a perfect shot.
Yeah.
Or the fact that I work with her when she's over at the Pelican for SEC Women's Tournament, and I've never gotten a lesson from her. That's what I'm more upset about.
On you.
That's a me issue. See what she was talking about.
Watch that left heel. As the left leg starts to straighten, that left heel will go down into the ground. Yeah, he had to go after that one, so there was a little bit of movement in that left heel. Couple options here, Matt. Fly it up top or the old professional chunk and run?
There's a couple. I think we're going to get the up top one here, at least halfway to the hole. This should have a little bit of release naturally. These bunkers this week, guys, haven't been getting a ton of action on them. Ball's been kind of sitting down a little bit.
Awfully good. So he'll have just a slight uphill putt, but for Sam Burns, everything looks pretty good. Over on the first, Carl, you like this going right to left, and it did.
Yeah, but he kept the speed up coming up the hill. Xander left his short. That just, I mean, that thing would have gone in one of those little practice holes. Then here at the second, a little bit more of a touch putt coming down the hill, breaking from right to left, but played maximum break with minimum speed. Another fantastic putt.
As you see the struggles for Sam in the first 3 rounds on this opening trio of holes so far today. Not an issue, an opportunity to play the first 3 about as good as you can.
Yeah, this is a heck of an opportunity here for Sam. We got some very scoreable holes coming up. 7 and 8, 10. Knock this one down. We're off and running. Who knows what the rest of the day has in store. It's a really good look too, back up the hill. It's a tough read. If anything, I got it working a little bit to the right. Was I wrong?
Nope, it was the right call. It just looked like he had played just a touch too much borrow. But a resting heartbeat tap in for par.
How many guys do you think on the PGA Tour played in their defensive backfield in high school?
Probably not many.
And when we start talking about athletes out here, we got a lot of guys that are really good at working out on the PGA Tour. But as far as athletes,
he's got to be top
Sam
of the list.
Burns, Sam Burns is top of the list.
You said Keegan Bradley kind of sneaky athletic as well.
We got some athletes. We got some CrossFit athletes too that are good at working out, Peter. But there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Neil Lancaster in my day was that guy, the top athlete.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Football in the state of North Carolina.
It's a shame. It's a shame Neil never got behind a mic.
Wouldn't have lasted long. Now Xander to match Burns at 2 on, or no, this is par. Sorry, I forgot out of the bunker. So this to stay. Oh, I pulled that right off the get-go.
Right for the jump. Went left, so cleaned that up for his bogey, giving back the stroke that he got over on the second.
Yeah, such a difficult golf course, Peter. When you make it more difficult and you're playing out of the rough, it can be a long day. So we saw what happened. These two hit very nice tee shots at 1 and 2. These flag sticks become much more accessible.
192 yards as they go over to the fourth, the par 3. With you see where the pin has been every single day, and it is back left, Carl, here.
Yeah, it is. But if you can squeeze one into that portion of the green, everything wants to funnel down toward the hole. Got a little slope on the left-hand side, kicking it to the right. A little slope on the right-hand side, kicking it to the left.
So Eric Cole with the ace over on Thursday here at the fourth, and it's a nice looking golf swing for him.
Middle hole location. Flagstick not too far away today from where it was on Thursday. Drawing it in there from right to left, and
bucket.
Bingo.
So a couple of hole outs. Get to a highlight later of Siwoo Kim making the hole in 1 on 6.
Siwoo, yeah. Slide a little 5-wood in there.
Try to listen in this conversation between the guys on the team.
Yeah. I like this. Yep. You do that?
I do too. Feeling that.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. Good forward.
Yes.
All right, fellas. Not a lot going on at the moment here up at the fourth green. Pretty calm, all things considered. Got this pin cut in the back left bowl, and it's one you can be aggressive with. I'd say that the bad miss today is short. You're going to have an awkward putt coming up over this ridge. That pin cut about 3 paces over that ridge. Anything past it'll leave a nice uphill look.
Turn over just a touch more.
Yeah, I just missed that slope that takes the ball toward the hole, so that'll be a quick putt.
You know what I'm saying? Yesterday we had similar conditions. It was a little firmer than that's the only thing. That 9 bounced out pretty much. Pretty decent. Right? Right now I am afternoon. So 64 right there, right? So that's 64. And it ended right where you were. I'm just worried about the bounce. Because yesterday I think we got a little more chunky bounce that got back there. that wind. Or you hit a number with that.
Okay.
I don't mind the number.
70 ball. Yeah, that's fine.
You know what I'm saying?
70?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, I know there's no time like the present, boys, but I am going to need a score check on that 6th hole when we get a chance on how many birdies there were yesterday.
Yeah, might have been one. I might have score checked it a little bit earlier.
Oh, all right. Ready to roll here,
This
Mr.
is the
Schauffele.
distance.
Shot.
Now settle. That's a great shot.
Yep. It's going to be really tough to get anything close today here, guys. That's about as good as you can do.
Golly, that's fast up over that ridge.
Quite the big bounce. These greens firming up. As we look at the crowd that has showed up for Sunday at the PGA Championship. Let's go back into the numbers of the 3rd round. Scotty Schauffele, nice little 6 under, first time in the field's best round of a major career, and keeps finding new accolades. 4 players birdied both 17 and 18. But a single person did that over the first 2 rounds. Scotty was able to do that. And the man that was in contention was Bryson DeChambeau. Held that lead going into the 16th at 8 under. Played the Green Mile at 3 over.
Yeah, that was a really bad shot that he hit at 17. Hole cut way over on that right-hand side. It was 10 yards short. A good 10 paces left of where he needed to be.
I was hearing a little bit earlier, too, that when Scotty hit the tee shot on 14, the crowd erupted right before Bryson was going to hit that tee shot over on 17. Causing to back off a little bit. And that's one way to eliminate your opponents as well, too, is giving the crowd something to cheer for.
Yeah, but if you back off and still hit a bad shot, that's on you.
I'm just trying to give them a little credit.
I hear
Just
you.
trying to be nice. It's Sunday. Now Burns. Boy, he is rolling it extremely well. The pace is solid.
Golly, that's fast around that hole. Gonna have to land into the upslope of that ridge that Matt was talking about and just barely get it to dribble up over the crest of the ridge to get it close.
Yeah, Carl, there's a lot of luck involved in this hole location today, especially with the wind direction down off the left. It's just going to require a quality strike to get this thing close. You got about a hula hoop size area to land it in, and if not, you're going to end up back here where Xander is, which really isn't the worst leave. I mean, he's coming straight back up the gut. Just needs to keep up the pace, and this thing should give it at least a scare.
Should break slightly to his left. hammered it.
Oh,
Whoa.
Goodness.
Heater.
that's a Sunday speed putt. You're not in contention. I don't think we see that same speed on a Thursday or Friday.
I think that's a intermediate cut in my backstroke.
Yeah.
Give it a little extra at the bottom.
Power through.
But
That was a little goose in the bottom of that putt.
Well, the dreaded, you're still out.
also the dreaded, this thing looked like a 2 in the air. And now we're staring 4 in the face.
And he couldn't have a harder putt. I mean, he's coming straight back down the hill, and it's breaking from left to right. So that's not what this is not the leave he wanted. Very high hands as Xander gets the butt of that grip pointed up towards his heart. Solid right there.
You can afford to be aggressive with the birdie putts when you're that solid coming back. So a great tee shot for Xander, but just highlights how tough that pin position is today. You're on Sunday. Sam Burns. Already striding to pick that one up pretty much in the middle of the backswing. So a great start for Mr. Burns. Sadly, no relationship to myself. Even if it was, I'm sure Sam would not claim it. But a good start for Mr. Burns as they stride over to the 5th. 444 yards, another dog leg here at Quail.
Yeah, we'll see Xander take it up over that bunker on the right-hand side, just try and blast it down there and have a little flip wedge in. A little bit more difficult shot for Sam Burns, who will take it off that left-hand bunker and slide it back to the middle of the fairway. But if you get the ball in the fairway again today, this is a hole that you can get it close. Backstop behind the hole. Just need to make sure that you're up past that false front, because everything will trundle off the front if you don't.
Pair of birdies so far earlier today, but 43 of them over that championship. So these guys get ready to hit. I was talking about it earlier. For Scotty, 3 clear of the field. And you go back and look at even Tiger. I can only think of, we were discussing earlier, I can only think of one time Tiger lost the lead when he was in his prime. And that was what tournament and what player caught him?
Ed Fiore.
Well,
that is factually incorrect, sir.
It is?
As far as the one I was thinking of.
Well, we were talking about major championships, but Y.E. Yang.
Y.E. Yang.
Y.E. Yang, correct, yes. Named the year and the course. It was a PGA Championship.
It was Hazeltine for sure, and it was early 2000s. 2003?
It was Hazeltine, and I remember being not a young kid, but super bummed out Y.E. Yang won that golf tournament.
2009.
Oh, 9. Oh, I was thinking of Rich Beam. Rich Beam was early 2000s.
Rich Beam caught him. Tiger had a 2-stroke lead going into the final round at Hazeltine. Was paired with Y.E. Yang, and Y.E. Yang beat him by 5.
Yeah, so Y.E. Yang's just intimidated Tiger a little bit that day.
A little much. Here's Sam Burns.
Everybody knows you don't mess with Y.E. Yang in Minnesota.
That's true.
Ooh,
that was a...
Well, he went after that. He's trying to carry that bunker. 321.
Fly, Pelican, fly!
Oh,
Sir,
yes.
Never doubt.
Well, that was full send right there. Take a look at this recoil as he wraps that club around his neck in the follow-through.
Yeah.
high right shoulder.
There's some torque in that.
Xander can cruise. His cruising speed is enough to get over this bunker.
It feels like he reaches for it. It's so impressive, his balance. That ball is just peppered.
183 ball speed, 316 in the air, and that was a little fairway finding fade.
It's great. Earlier, Carl, you were talking about him trying to work that slight left to right, and that is the work paying off as we got players.
Breakfast.
Is that an Osprey? A Pelican? It's got breakfast right there. So we continue final round coverage of PGA Championship. So it's a fun group to cover. As I had an opportunity a while back to cover Sam Burns over at Tiger Stadium back in 2017. I was out there to talk a little SEC football, and I said, let's go up to the top of Tiger Stadium and hit some wedges. And Sam said, all right, let's do it. So we had a little wedge competition back in 2017, and look at this golf swing. I mean, just drink it in. By the way, I was the only one to actually hit the trash can at the 50-yard line. It's my one highlight over Sam Burns in his illustrious career.
By the way, the real Death Valley.
The real Death Valley. It's the 2017 SEC Player of the Year. It was fantastic for Chuck Winstead's Tiger squad. Ryder Cup champion, over $25 million in earnings, and is one of those guys too. Carl, once you start kind of see him in college, we had an opportunity to call his golf over at Sea Island in some years. It's just fun to watch these guys take that next step. And Xander did it at San Diego State, and Sam did it from LSU. Look at how far Burns got that ball up in the air.
On that drive, my goodness. We saw a 179-foot apex yesterday by Pinge.
Both of them. Matt Every and just the driver's seat now.
Carl, did you ever win SEC Player of the Year?
I luckily enough, I did.
What year?
1993.
Nice.
Yeah. Standard definition highlights, if I remember.
What year were you?
I didn't win it. I got absolutely hosed one year. My teammate won it. We both won twice, and and I had him head to head. Played in the same tournaments, but somehow he won it over me.
No co-player of the year there, huh?
No, it was the old. He's a senior. I was a sophomore.
Gotta earn your stripes.
Yeah, something like that.
Of course. Did he win 2 times on tour like you?
He's won more than me on tour.
Okay, well, this is awkward. I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's
you know, on television,
totally
they tell you never bring up a question you don't know the answer to. Yeah. That's such an accomplished golfer himself for the Florida Gators, and of course Carl for the Gamecocks. Now Burns. Green light, Matt.
The greenest of lights. Can't go long left here though. 108 here for Burns.
Oh, wow. Okay. Never doubt. I think that's how he drew it up.
No,
hard.
that was not even close to where he was trying to hit it, but got a nice break off.
You don't know that. Maybe he was
Yes,
trying
I do.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he probably wanted to hit it
from 108. Generally, when the flag sticks on 12 and you have a sand wedge in your hand,
true,
you generally want to land it on the green.
That's wise advice. Asking for it to fly. Get up.
All right, two subpar shots after those fantastic drives.
Yeah, you can tell just by the body language for Xander. It is interesting, just the approach and the way they come in, and we've seen, you know, obviously it's club selection, how far they are, Carl, but we saw Sam really being aggressive in some of his irons, but yet Xander is more of a slower paced.
Yeah. Xander, he sort of builds up to his speed. Sam is more, he's quicker on the way back and quicker in the transition than Xander.
Let's go back and look at these swings for just a moment. You said kind of that build up to speed, just really that consistent pace.
All that speed is right at the golf ball and just beyond it. He just came out of that one a little bit. Sam's just a little bit quicker. These are slow motion, so harder to tell, but
I didn't realize how far, you know, that ball was decently below his feet.
yeah, he just didn't quite catch it all. Here's full speed, and he'll just kind of
that pace,
set it up, and then and Sam just a little bit quicker. There's a bunch of ways to get it done out here on tour. That's the beauty of this game. Earlier this year, we had the longest hitter on tour in a playoff with the shortest hitter on tour. Playing a par 5 in a playoff, and the shorter hitter wins.
Shorter hitter also got the best bounce in the history of the PGA Tour.
I could not agree more.
The best ever. Not even close. What's second?
For those wondering what that was, Carl, could you?
Mexico. In Mexico this year, we have Pot Geeter, and why am I drawing a blank?
Brian, I'll take it.
Yeah,
we had Pot Geeter and Brian Campbell.
Campbell.
And Pot Geeter is just an animal off the tee, and Campbell's kind of a wiper. And we get on 18, and Campbell hits a wipe. It's out of bounds. I mean, this ball's already crossed out of bounds and hits a bamboo tree and kicks back in bounds. And he ends up winning the tournament.
Like a bamboo stalk.
Yeah.
Those things are 4 inches wide.
Not even.
Rather be lucky than good any day of the week, gentlemen.
He was lucky and good. Yeah, outside chance here for Xander. Reach.
I think from that 107 wedge, felt like he could get something a little bit closer. Just cannot get it into gear all week long. It's not played bad. Just not the Xander that we saw last year, that 21 under at Valhalla. Oh, Burns with a little bit of a read, Matt, from Xander's ball.
Yeah, he should have got a good look at it. It's a pretty easy putt for a righty back up the hill, and a little bit of swing from his right to left, just inside of 14 feet here for Sam.
Oh.
Driver just kisses the left edge.
Number 1 on tour in strokes gained putting. He's giving it a look every single hole. Take one more look at it. Just thought it would dive out a little bit. Never did. Pace was great. Looking forward to that LSU football game, Matt Every. That LSU Florida game coming up a little earlier than years past.
It's good for you guys. Get that loss out of the way early.
We'll
and
see.
recover later.
DJ Lagway is as good as the hype is. I don't have to dress up like a marching band member like I did. Me and Gator legend Chris Doring always have a friendly wager over the SEC network. As we look at the 6, 252 yards, a tough hole unless your name's Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, tough hole, but an accessible hole location. If you can just get it up over that little hollow in the front of the green, it's about 5 steps from the very front of the green. You get it over that, everything wants to go back towards the flagstick.
As you see, there was an ace, and that was I see you, baby, on the 6. I don't know what's better, the swing or the celebration, Carl.
Oh, the celebration by far. Lands just over that bunker. I'm giving credit to Matt for almost running them over and then telling him something good was going to happen.
Wait, what's the story, Matt Every, again?
We're running this back again today?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Well, I'll tell it. I did almost run over Siwoo Kim Thursday on the way back in, but him and I's relationship goes back a long ways, back to 2016. Our first time playing together getting paired together really on a Thursday, Friday. We shared, he had a guy caddying for him named Bobby Brown. Bobby used to caddy for me. Comes bopping up to me on the range on Tuesday. So you're gonna love this kid. He's the Korean you. I was like, okay, we'll see. So we go play, and like I'm just all over the place. We're both in the woods all day. Siwoo's quit like 5 times and shot 3 under. I mean, it was unbelievable. But we get done, and I'm on the range after, and Bob comes bouncing up to me, and he goes, "You're never gonna believe what Siwoo just told me walking out of scoring." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You think I'm crazy?" He goes, "That Matt Every crazy, but I like him." So this year in San Antonio, I mean, obviously Siwoo and I have been close throughout the years since, but this year in San Antonio, I saw him as Sam Burns gives this one a whack. Nice shot here, by the way.
This looks really good.
Yeah, but I see him in San Antonio this year, and he says, "We're playing New Orleans next year. Get ready." And I was like, "Okay." And then this week I see him. We round the corner, and we almost run into him. And I go, "Hey, this is good luck today. Something good's gonna happen." And then he makes that hole-in-one Friday. What a character, though, for professional golf.
No,
That's Siwoo Kim.
He's the best. This is
fun to know a little bit more of these guys. And then now Xander.
Big pop with an iron here.
Lower trajectory. Needs it to sit once it gets on that green. Awfully good. 2 looks at 2, which will gain something on the field this week, is Sam Burns 2 under. Moving up the leaderboard on this Sunday. And this is the Whitewater Center here in Charlotte, right by the airport. And Carl, we need to get you out there, right? Doing that a little bit later in the week.
I think I'll watch.
Well, you got to be careful because
of things like that.
Oh no! Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code Birdie to get started today. One of the wagers, I was talking to Joe Fortenbaugh earlier, does some of our ESPN Bet with him and Stanford Steve. Margin of victory today. Scotty Scheffler's up by 3 right now over Alex Noren. Would you say it's, if I said 3.5 is the number, would you take the over?
Yes.
Okay. Matt Every, believe in that as well?
I'd take it at 4.5.
All right. I said there were going to be more than 2.5 birdies on this hole yesterday, and I was dead wrong. There was only one. Nikolai Højgaard.
Well, let's just not spill the milk a little bit here, Peter. You actually said 4.5, and then I said 2.5, and I'd still give you the under. Easy under. Easy under. I bet that birdie was like a hold bunker shot, too, or something like that.
That hole yesterday, hole location behind that front left bunker, wind blowing out of the left, just impossible to get it close.
I've played enough time on tour where I just knew. Hey, easy now.
I love it.
2002 Corpus Christi City Champion, Peter Burns.
There you go.
Now, Schauffele's had a little bit better playing career than myself to get to +1 for the tournament. Gotta keep its head.
It's good pace on it, though. Peter, a win's a win, baby.
66-70, and I had a 70 with a 10.
Wow.
Not bad.
And not bad there for Xander. Good 2-putt par.
That's just a tough hole. At 252, and to get something going on the par 5 7th coming up. Now, Sam Burns has just been rolling it extremely well. Right, if ESPN Bet had the number on this putt, Matt Every, odds to go in as good as Sam has been putting, #1 on tour in strokes gained, what'd you put it at?
I would say plus 350 for a make.
3.5 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Another easy par for Burns, who's 2 under and moving up on the leaderboard. Is right now second best round.
2 under through 6 too. We're not talking the easiest holes on the golf course. He's getting to the easy holes right now. 7 and 8, very gettable.
So walk us through hole 7, this 531-yard par 5.
Yeah, all about getting the ball in the fairway. It's going to be a mid-iron for most of these guys. If they can get the ball in the fairway, we've got the flag stick down in the punch bowl on the front right-hand corner of the green. Everything that finds that bowl, it's going to want to work its way to the hole. So I think we're going to see a lot of eagles here today.
We've seen 5 of them so far. Third easiest hole.
I'm saying there'll be at least 3 today.
Think so?
Yeah.
So that is a different tee box than a lot of the members will use. There's the 2 birds, 3 birds, and that's how they signify how far they are.
Tommy Fleetwood's going to have a good look at eagle up in the group ahead.
Good for him. Fleetwood getting quite the break. Like that ball was over us in the water for Fleetwood and comes back in. You see just how far back this championship tee box is. In the background where the members will play it. Burns has had a little success. You would say it fits his eye, going birdie in round number 1 here, birdie in round number 2 here, and a birdie in round number 3. See if he can complete the sweep, or maybe get one better.
Well, if you hit the ball in the field, you get a good solid drive here, and it's a layup birdie.
Carl, they're handing you one here at the 7th today. If you can find the fairway, wind at the player's back. This is all about the tee shot today. Here, I know that pin might look tough in that bowl cut up against that water, but I think pretty much every player in the field would tell you it's far and away the easiest pin here on the 7th.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Asking for that wind to help out just a touch. Stay in the fairway.
Yeah.
Yes, another one. Another one.
That's on top. That's just going to be a mid-iron.
That's a cool shirt. Get the kid on there. Thumbs up, buddy. Looks good. Best dad. Maybe an early Father's Day gift.
Best daddy by par.
Well, the question is this kid with him today? That would be the...
I hope so. It's kind of surprising Xander has not taken advantage of this par 5 7th yet this week. Chipped in for par yesterday. Or Friday.
That ball just looks on a string.
Beautiful shot.
The casual 326-yard carry, gentlemen. That ball carried 326 yards.
And it's going to be a short iron in for Xander.
Good night. It's not the same game we play. That's why you watch us here on Featured Groups. Shots like that, we return to Quail.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Great to see all the little ones out here at the PGA Championship, getting introduced to the game of golf, and PGA Junior League is a fantastic way to get the youngsters in the game. Team concept, scramble, playing with different ages of kids. So not only you're learning from the PGA pros, but you're learning from your peers as well.
And one day you might be able to be featured here on one of the groups of the PGA Championship, like Xander
Stay in school just in case, though.
I don't remember what I got my degree in, honestly. All right, Sam Burns, just look at that weak and pathetic drive of 334. Xander, 355 yards.
Tight little fade out there off those bunkers on the left-hand side. Man, it must be nice.
Boys, I think that's my biggest takeaway this week so far is how long Xander is. I mean, it's just that first day when we had Scotty and Rory and Xander. Xander was, I mean, obviously Rory and Xander are a little bit longer than Scotty, but Xander was noticeably longer than Rory. I mean, he packs a serious punch.
And I think if you would have gone out and said, I'll give you 10 guesses on who would be second in driving distance this week, I don't think that I would have been able to pick Xander on that list. Bryson, I would have said, obviously, coming in at number one, that was not a shock, but Marco Pinge, who we had yesterday, it was fun to watch one of the up-and-comers, how far he hits it. But
I wouldn't have guessed Pinge would be third because we just are finding out about his win on the DP World Tour a couple weeks ago.
Slightly downhill lie here, Matt.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. If you're asking me, guys, this thing came to rest on a pretty steep decline over here on the right side of the fairway. Just 193 yards for Burns, but you know, the wind's at his back. He's coming off of a down slope. This isn't a shot he can fall asleep on, even though it's going to be a mid-iron. Any kind of mishit, and this thing's going to get beat down by that wind and come up short. And also very easy, Carl, to kind of just stay in this one a little too long and tug it as well.
Yeah. The good news is we always talk about having a car hood size area to land it in. He's got a very large area to land this ball in.
Awfully good. That is fantastic. Sam Burns.
Actually, if he hit that another 4 or 5 steps into the green, it would have gotten closer.
Comes back off of that little backstop. But my goodness.
I like the way he played that, Matt. He didn't go down after it and try and take a big divot. He kind of picked it off the top of the grass and tossed it way up in the air.
What number?
Yeah, I think.
Kind of want to wait to not feel this.
Yeah.
I was on like 70-ish.
Yeah, I think even up to 75 with because if it's
right?
fighting that wind.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's just no. I mean, it's going to come back up at 84.
Okay.
Well, to me, that sounds like he's trying to work something in left to right here because the wind's down and off the right at the moment. Just 173 to the pin here for Xander, and a great opportunity.
Anything at the 7 or to the right of it, and this ball will find that bowl.
Staring. And rightfully so. Two great approaches, and we'll have 2 makeable eagle putts when we return. Xander Schauffele, Sam Burns feature group coverage. Final round at Quail Hollow. Take a look at how these guys got eagle putts. Sam Burns absolutely ripping it. Downhill lie, no problem. This didn't even need to use the backstop. So number one putter on tour in strokes gained. We'll have that look at birdie, and then after a 355-yard drive, Xander says, Sam, what you can do, I can do just slightly better.
20 yards closer, was able to stop it a little faster, but you've got a good 11 steps past that flag before the top of that ridge, so there's a lot of ways to get it close here today.
2 eagles so far today. I'd gander that we might see at least one more. You think there might be as many as 6 today?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot. I mean, it's downwind. These guys are blasting drivers 335 yards or hitting 7-irons into this green. You're going to have some guys that are going to make some 25-footers.
Michael Kim had an eagle, and great to see Tommy Fleetwood getting an incredible break. I felt like I was pulling for that ball to definitely get a good break.
Yeah.
Get close. And
nice eagle.
So now Burns.
Pretty quick here, Matt.
Slippery one here, boys. This one is going to have more left turn in it than the other.
Break, break, break. Yes, sir.
Sammy.
Going low. And that's spelled G-E-A-U-X.
Yeah, you guys have a hard time spelling there, Peter?
It's called
What's the
culture. LSU fans have culture.
All the way up to a tie for 23rd with this 4-under par through 7-hole start. Wow.
That is impressive. And he's not done. The way that he's driving the ball, and of course, anytime he's got a putt. Scotty Schauffele said he was making everything earlier in the week, and that's why he strokes gained number 1 on tour. Now, Xander to cover him up.
Well, he should have got a good teach on what the pace is going to look like here. As far as the line's concerned, I think this one's going to be a little straighter than Sam's. Most definitely makeable, though.
All about the pace. Keep your head, keep your head, keep your head. Oh.
That to be a little bit softer.
Summarizes the week for Xander, that just close but no cigar. I played horribly bad, just never really able to kind of get it into that gear to take it low.
Yeah, I like what they did with this whole location today. Put it in that bowl, give these guys an opportunity to make a 3. Definitely an easy 4 if you get it in down into that bowl. 8 is only playing 315 yards today. Flagstick on the left-hand side, no bunker to contend with, so it should be fun for the spectators today. Oh no! Oh, hold it. That was I think more of a camera angle than anything, but good 2-putt birdie.
Birdie and eagle, as you see. Got in. So now, as you talked about, Carl, 315 yards playing to the front of that tee box. Not something that we saw earlier in the week here.
Yeah, but they're giving the guys a chance to run this ball up just short or just left of the green. There's going to be a ton of birdies here at the 8th hole. Much easier little pitch from just left of the green than a front greenside bunker.
Almost as many birdies as pars so far today, as you see the red golf balls showing a birdie.
The 3 bogeys is a little bit of a surprise.
You guys talked about it earlier before the matches we were setting up today, that the pins going to have some success. Four under through 7. Chris Kirk 4 under through his round so far today. Sergio Garcia looked like an F1 pit boss earlier this week in his outfit. Making the cut. I like this yardage. It felt like an awkward number at 350, Carl. Just,
yeah,
guys can't really get it there, but you don't really feel like you want to lay all the way back up, so it left you just kind of some awkward pitches. But this 315, along with hole 14, the drivable par 4, we've seen a couple of eagles so far. Listen in to a little of this last conversation. Of course, I just talked all over it. Dynamite drop in, Pete.
Just doing some thinking myself, boys, about the setup today. It's definitely playing easier, and we talked a little bit earlier about if that plays into Scotty's hands or not. I mean, it's hard to say no, but I think if I was Scotty, I'd rather have it be tough. I really would. You just get off to a solid start, but don't make any putts. And since it's playing easy, it offers the opportunity for everyone to come out of the gates firing. And I don't know. I'd rather it be tough today if I was Scotty.
Well, I would just imagine he's strokes gained and off the tee and approach yesterday. So the tougher you can make that for anybody, it's going to be great. As we saw, it looked like 3-wood for Sam Burns.
No, yeah, I think that was a 3-wood because he definitely would have been a little bit closer to the green if it were driver.
Well, whatever it is, it's in a great spot.
Yeah. This is definitely 3-wood for Xander.
Hang on. Hang on.
Yeah, that should be fine. Too much club for these guys off the tee. Driver would have been. That's a good spot to be.
Yes. Xander has one of these at the house. That would be the Wanamaker Trophy from last year. Will it be Scotty Schauffele or someone else? Will continue our final round coverage of the PGA Championship in Quail Hollow. The fans have showed up all week long, and they get ready for a monumental Sunday. And they're had an opportunity before the leaders tee off to come follow our group. They're seeing a special round from Sam Burns, who has been on fire through 7 holes so far today. Is right from the jump. Carl Paulson he was going to have the flat stick working. Hits a great drive off of one, a great approach, and it led to this right for the jump.
Yeah, we all know how good he is with this club. He can really roll the rock here at the first with pace right in the center of the cup.
Never a doubt. Then number 2, a tougher leave for him.
Yeah, a little slick putt breaking from right to left. Married the pace and the line beautifully.
So back-to-back birdies to start off his final round, and then after a 330-yard drive for eagle on the 7th.
Yeah, it's his pace. He's just hitting his lines. His pace is perfect. Hitting the ball nicely, putting it nicely, and he's moved way up the leaderboard. By the way, with one more birdie, we'll move into the top 20.
That will hunt for Burns, who's putting. So he was tied for 49th to start the day. As you said, up and down here will move him into top 20, and still some gettable holes so far today. All right, Matt, a couple different options for Sam.
Yeah, I mean, first thing I saw when I walked up here was the putter, but I'm a hack, so that's probably the reason for that. Look, these guys are so good with the wedges, and these aprons here at Quail Hollow are about as good as it gets. He does have, he's got some green to work with both of these guys. If they take out the lob wedge here, they got about a 3 or 4 foot radius they can land this thing in, and it needs to be clipped nicely. Going back up the hill a little bit, there's not going to be a ton of movement. It's doable, but it takes a quality shot.
Definitely need to clip it. These surrounds are pretty firm and tightly mown, so not easy to open the face and make good contact with it, so it'll be more of a straight face pitch.
More of a Victor Hovland pitch.
No, he went low.
Okay. One way to do it.
That's an excellent shot.
That had a look for back-to-back eagles. Love this play. And I love the aprons because it allows you, Matt, 2 or 3 different options to play, whether you could putt it, take it a little higher, or nip it and a little bump and run just like Sam did perfectly.
Well, and these aprons are perfect as well. It'd be one thing if we had some just nasty Bermuda laying down, growing into the grain, but that's not the case this week. Why not?
Yes, sir. So Burns with the eagle on 7. Schauffele with the eagle on 8. It's a little smile at each other. And
I think Xander said, hey, Sammy, wait up, fam. I want to come along on this party.
A no-doubter.
Matt, it's amazing how many times when you play twosomes that one guy gets hot and he just drags the other guy along with him.
Yeah, that's nice. That's called drafting. It stinks when it works the other way, though, Carl.
Conversely, as Matt is alluding to, it can work the other way as Sam Burns taps in to go 5 under on his round today. Now 3 under par and in a tie for 17th.
Gentlemen, this is something special brewing for Sam Burns, but going back to Xander. This is impressive. This is fun to watch, gentlemen. So they will stroll on to the 9th, just that friendly 532-yard par 4.
Yeah, the 9th hole playing 1 yard longer than the par 5 7th today. Dog leg from right to left. Little bit of an uphill second shot, not much, just a yard or 2. Got back right hole location.
Look at that pin placement.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal. Anywhere in the center of this green is a fantastic 2 shots, and that's all these players are looking for. There are about 4 or 5 holes out here that you really want to get after. There's about 4 or 5 holes out here where par is just fine.
All pars for Schauffele so far this week on the 9th, which a lot of players in the field would take.
If he takes it right up the walkway and has a slight little right to left, that'll work. If he's going to go the other way, start it at the edge of the rough.
No doubter.
I mean, he has gotten long.
You know, it felt when Rory was really chasing that distance, he was really changing a lot in his swing when Bryson was coming out doing a lot of the speed stuff, and I think a lot of those guys had dialed it back in. But even when Xander goes after it, it doesn't seem, it seems effortless.
It doesn't look like his swing has changed very much.
Right.
Yet the ball is coming off the face a lot hotter.
Great look at being able to probably draw it a little bit further back into that win for Sam Burns. 5 under so far on his round. He's asking for it to fly and not mess with that bunker on the right-hand side. No, it's going to catch it, but
yeah, I don't think I can get to that far part.
It's going to be tight from there. That's a pretty high lip on that bunker.
Well, it being distance-wise, quite a shot coming up for him. As we got Scottie Scheffler 3 clear of the field on that second page of the leaderboard. We see Sam Burns. That's what happens when you're 5 under through 8 as we continue our final round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Bunch of ways to watch the final round of the PGA Championship. We see Fleetwood Morikawa on one of those streams. Rory McIlroy was Aiden Hutt. The Kim crew as well. And then 14, 15, 16 are featured hole coverage right before they get into that green mile. 14, what a fun hole to watch. It's drivable par 4, reachable par 5, 15, and 16. Has been a struggle for a lot of the players this week. So you see some fireworks over there. We've seen some fireworks so far in our final round between these last two, between Sam Burns and Xander Schauffele, as Eagles are on the menu for Burns on the 7th.
Yeah, right from the get-go, Burns looks like he's got the go low mentality. And of course that eagle putt helps greatly.
Got him to 5 under 4 under on the round, rather. He birdied the 8th, but right after he hit it, Xander Schauffele with an eagle on the 8th to move him to 3 under.
Oh, fist bump there from his playing competitor Sam Burns, who was able to tap in for birdie as well. So we have got some fireworks brewing here in this group.
Let's take a look at the tee shots over on the 9th, and it was a no-doubter for Schauffele. For Burns had been driving the ball awfully well. Found that right side bunker. So he's going to have 212, but the issue, Matt Every, is really going to be the lip, if he's going to be able to get something quick enough on a pretty low lofted club.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably multiple issues going on over here, Peter. 212-yard fairway bunker shot's one of them, lip or not. This ball, it's an okay line. I'd give it about an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Lip. Look, we're talking about one of the strongest guys in the PGA Tour. It's going to take a quality shot to get this thing anywhere on the surface, but it's definitely doable.
That looked like almost like an 8-iron.
8-iron.
So then never mind. I'm way wrong. I'm way wrong.
Yeah, I think that's the play for Sam, as you can tell. Just get it to a comfortable position, and probably the smart play. He's got such a great round going, and he's such a good putter. Take your medicine off the tee. Don't worry about that lip of the bunker.
I think that was actually a wedge.
Really?
Yeah, I think he just decided, hey, I'm putting the ball so nicely, I'm going to wedge it in there and inside of 15 feet, try to make par the hard way. If you're in that bunker, you have to be at least, you know, in the first half of that bunker because of that lip and how far he had in.
West-southwest, right? West-southwest. Like I said, that last hole, that got a decent amount of west and northwest, right? I think it's very west. Yeah, we could play west. I mean, that would get you straight across. What do you have?
I have a 7-iron. 97 pin.
Yeah, we want to pitch it at 87.
Yeah.
Anything past that pin, just
Down
down drain.
make a range cut 7.
I think you got to take a little off right now.
Okay.
I mean, all those flags behind him.
I guess come down on that blue flag with a cut too.
Yeah.
Right.
So we want to pitch it at what, 87?
Yeah.
So like an 85 cut.
Okay.
So a little, I mean, barely off of a normal.
That was a heck of a drive from Xander. This should set up nicely for him. That pin cut all the way on the right side. Wind starting to pick up, by the way. Boys pumping off the left at the moment. Should help him peel this thing in.
Oh my goodness. Wow, look at that pin placement. You can see just kind of this different shade of grass showing that grain.
Well, you heard Austin say you want to pitch this at 87. He pitched it at about 90. If that's a few feet back or a few steps back, it might not catch that downslip and go all the way to the edge of the green, but right at it.
Awfully good, though, for Xander.
Little unlucky there.
We just see the scoring conditions just about perfect. Burns 5 under, Chris Kirk 4 under in his round. Xander over at 3. I'm guessing we're probably looking at Schauffele. I think 14 is probably going to be at least the number. The way the plans are today.
I mean, that all depends on what Scotty does. I don't think anybody else is asking those guys at 8 and 7 under to shoot 6 or 7 under pars. Asking a lot on a championship Sunday late in the day. All right, Matt, what's a successful shot here for Sam?
I think we can get this pretty close. He's got the wind at about 10 o'clock, 92 yards. I'm sorry, 102 here for Burns. And he was taking a peek at that line, guys. I didn't get super close to it, but it didn't look like it was sitting great. And there's no way that's a normal wedge shot for Sam Burns.
No, he knew it right off the bat, as you could tell. We'll try to take another look at this, but I don't know if there was mud on it or just kind of an unlucky spot.
I think it was sitting in a hole or like an old divot.
That would be a third shot divot from somebody.
Yeah, someone had done before. Watch the reaction.
Yeah.
He's like, what in the world was down there?
Yeah, he was trying to come down steep on that. Just didn't catch ball first. Little unlucky with that lie.
Yeah, took his medicine. Had to be thinking, all right, as good of a putter as I am, let's. You got to think with those conditions and how well he putts it from 100 yards out, he's probably up and down over 60% of the time.
Yeah, Carl, when you threw that to me and asked what a good shot would be.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
No, I know, but you're right. A guy like Sam clearly has got his good stuff today too. 100 yards with a favorable wind direction for this whole location. I mean, you'd almost be shocked to see him have anything outside of 10 feet. And now, because of that bad break, I mean, we're fighting to get out of here with anything less than a double bogey. This is a brutal chip he's got here. Up and over. Might need to bite.
Oh, it's going to catch that ridge. Mosey on out to about 8 feet.
Little work left for him.
Now, it just goes to show you how much this golf course can, you know, jump out and get you. I mean, that wasn't a bad drive that he hit. He was 25 feet away from where he was trying to hit the ball. Ends up having to lay up, got an unlucky lie, and now it's got an 8-footer for bogey.
I'll tell you, I mean, if you look at what Xander had, a chip in on 8, and I'm not quite sure if I'd bet against him to give this a good little run straight up the hill, Matt.
Yeah, coming out of the frog hair here, intermediate cut. Could have chipped this, but I don't hate the flat stick either. Again, this is going to be all about pace, though, boys. Got to hit this in the center of the face and keep that head down. It's back up the hill the whole way. Going to be working to his left.
Well, you kind of knew that right from the jump, but guarantee you Sam Burns will take this tap in for par that Xander will have. And a lot of players will for the remaining of the day. That's going to end up being an impressive front nine for Xander. It's amazing as well as Sam has played. A miss here, and him and Xander will tie the front.
Yeah, he's played really nice golf, make or miss here, but obviously a make here and keeps him his hopes of a very good back nine, moving him way up the list. Oh,
never a doubt. That ball was TrackMan right in the middle of the cup.
And that's why he laid up. You know, he's thinking he's going to hit a wedge to 8 feet like that. Unfortunately, that ball sitting down on him in the fairway, but beautiful save there.
What a great read, because that ball looked like it was going to continue to stride left. It didn't. It held its line, and for that, a 31 on the front. And for Schauffele, a 32. So, a great front nine on the last day of this tournament, and we start looking forward to next year. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. And registration does close soon, so make sure you get over there and grab a spot so you can see the best in the world. And speaking of the best in the world, that's the #1 player in the world, atop of the rest of that star-studded leaderboard. 3 clear. Scotty Scheffler will be teeing off in just a couple of hours, and good to see Matt Fitzpatrick been playing well. Lucas Glover, him and both Keegan Bradley played well yesterday. See Sam Burns moving up to top 25.
Yeah, snuck inside that top 20 for just a brief moment, but with that drop shot at 9, but still in a really good position.
Schauffele making some money as well, too. See Tommy Fleetwood. He's 2 under on his round today.
There's Marco Pinge. We got to know him a little bit more yesterday.
We saw Max Homa helicopter a club earlier today. Max Homa had that great second round, 64. But now we flip it to the final 9 for our featured group, heading into hole number 10, just playing a shade short of 600 yards today, Carl.
Yeah, this is all about getting the ball in the fairway. Most of these players are long enough to reach this green, and two, especially these two long-hitting Jessies. Got a whole location, too, that if you can get a ball running onto the green, the ball's going to want to try to find that area where the flag stick's cut. Birdie, birdie, birdie this week so far for Xander here at the par 5. This turn, keep turning. Oh, goodness.
It's like a self-driving golf ball right there. Like, hey, how can you draw just the perfect shot tracer? Okay, here it is.
You could take Xander's driving, Sam's putting, and my in between those two and probably do pretty well. That's how good they are.
Now Burns. It's got that torque on it.
Yeah, miss up the right-hand side.
Settle. All right, fairway hit. So we'll have a green light for those two over on the 10th in a couple of hours. That man has arrived. Scotty Scheffler. All smiles, and rightfully so. 500 his last 5 holes. He's 3 clear of the field. Final round, Quail Hollow.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say any more, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
The 2025 PGA Champions Dinner is... There's Mr. Xander Schauffele next to JT. Those the defending champion and the last person to win it here at Quail Hollow is Mr. Thomas that would have liked to hung out around for the weekend. There is our partner, front left of that picture is Mr. Mark Brooks. Rory McIlroy right behind him. That is a great crew. Oddly enough, Scottie Scheffler has played such incredible golf, Carl, but he's got the 2 majors. It seems like it's more than that, of course, winning 2 green jackets, but well on his way to adding a different major for him.
Yeah, I think we could find a spot for him in that picture. If he goes out and shoots under par today, that's likely to happen.
2 great drives for both Sam Burns and Xander Schauffele, the 2 lowest rounds on the course actively right now. Pacing off each other quite nicely. Matt Every out on the golf course as Sam Burns will be first to play on the 10th once he does the proper math.
Well, once he does the proper math, he's going to get 267 yards, guys.
Does he have to curve this?
He's got to curve it. Yeah. He's got to curve it. He's got a tree in his way. He's also got the wind off the right, which isn't going to help him a ton here. He can still bend it enough, though, coming out of the fairway. Very accessible hole location on the left side today. Obviously, anything on the surface he'll take in a heartbeat, but short right, not the worst miss today, boys.
Yeah, plenty of green to work with. As Matt was saying, if you're short on line with the flag or you're short and to the right, you got plenty of room. The golf ball, if it does get up and onto the green, will want to find its way down where the hole is located, though. So I like what the PGA of America has done this week, or today, excuse me.
I gotta tell you, you gotta start in the left center of that bunker. Stay almost 30 yards.
Yeah, it's fine. It's kind of like there wasn't.
Yeah, that bunker questionable getting on the line. Yeah. No, I mean I think it is.
Yes, it is.
All right, so we heard the line, Matt, from Travis Perkins, Sam's caddy. Just looks like they like it left with a little bit of that cut.
Yeah, all things considered, this should set up totally fine here for Sam. I mean, he doesn't mind peeling it from left to right, and might just have to overdo this one a little bit.
Looking for it to cut just a touch more.
Oh,
wow.
Boy, I didn't have that on the bingo card.
Had the number, just to sit a little bit.
Went with more club because it's easier to curve it if you have more club. Put some more side spin on it. That's not a bad spot, though.
It's a great look. High with that left to right fade, catching. He just flew at 265.
It's a good problem to have, right?
That'll hunt. Well, Xander's hit as many fairways so far today as he did in the second and third round all day.
Well, no tree issues here for Xander. 264, and this is a 4-iron. fellas. Just looking for something to land right around that front edge.
Yeah, if you keep it inside the TV tower where the 10 is, it will try to find its way to the left-hand side.
He's walking. Does he like it? Oh, he should stay right there. Settle. Okay. Well, we've seen a chip in, and
that is very chip-inable.
There's that little fluffy lie. The 4-iron is, he started tracking it right from the jump.
I'm not sure you can land the ball on the green on the fly and keep it on this green today.
No. And again,
maybe somebody like Scotty, who's hitting a big high fade back up against the wind.
It would be impressive. Those are two of our professionals this week, and it was a great week for the Corebridge financial team. This week has been truly a dream come true, with memories made for a lifetime.
Being on the Corebridge financial team is an extreme honor. To be able to represent our organization of PGA professionals and associates. They've been a fantastic organization to support the PGA professionals.
Us 20 guys, we're representing 30,000 people. It means the world to us.
My wife and kids were in the clubhouse. My wife had sent me a picture, and Scotty Schauffele was playing with my kids on the ground. Just to have those experiences is incredible.
I'm playing a practice round today with Rory, Shane, and Padraig Harrington. I work at the Bears Club in Jupiter, where there are members. They got a hold of me and contacted me and said, let's play a practice round. There's going to be a crowd, so I've never really done that.
My locker's right next to John Rahm, Adam Scott, all those guys. Just being in the same room as them is pretty special. Hopefully we can all show up and show out for everybody.
Yeah, you saw Roop Taylor there, who is from my hometown of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Works out at Virginia Beach National. They had a Corn Ferry Tour event out there for several years. Used to be a TPC property.
Nice little Sunday stroll for these two guys, Xander Schauffele and Sam Burns.
And I hope most of those guys take the rest of the weekend and stick around and get to see the golf course from another side, get to see the tournament from another side. You and I did a little bit of that yesterday afternoon. It was a lot of fun to walk around out there with some of the spectators and take in what they're taking in from that side of the ropes.
I need to roll out there and with Matt Every later and get some of the free concessions that they have. It's
No, you don't. You missed that chance yesterday.
Okay.
You guys didn't
We're
invite me,
done?
so it's over.
Are we
now.
dead to you?
It's over now.
4 rounds.
I'm making
you
a
left
pitch.
already.
Listen, I'm making a pitch to send you two to Frisco next year, and we're bringing Natalie into the booth here.
Jeez. That'd be a talent upgrade. Sorry,
Carl, I think you're spot on about this 10th green. Getting back to the golf, nothing landing on the surface today really has a chance. I mean, even if you bend that thing big time left to right and carve it back into the wind and soften the blow, it's still going to have a really hard time holding it. That being said, nothing wrong with where these two balls ended up here. That was a heck of a shot Sam Burns hit. It's a pretty lengthy two-putt. He's got the putter out of the frog hair, but he's going to have to give this thing a healthy hit here to get it all the way to the hole. The tricky part's it's cut right on that green change where the slope changes, and anything past it with speed will start to run away from him.
Settle.
Healthy wrap.
Settle. Oh, and there it goes.
Matt, we heard the deep thump of both of those balls that landed on the green. Just imagine what Quail Hollow would be like if we didn't get that rain earlier in the week.
Yeah, I mean, the sub-air has helped these things out a ton for sure, but I'm with you. Boy, if we had the week leading up to it as we have the actual tournament week, this thing would be ripe right now.
He knew he crushed it. He was just trying to get in a position to see what that ball's going to do once he gets past the hole. And then react later. That's professional play right there.
Well, we saw a chip in for Xander on the 8th for Eagle. Matt?
Equally as easy here, guys. Okay. Equally. He's just got to watch the same thing Sam Spall did, though. Be careful with the pace. But not a lot of movement on this.
This is going to have a really good chance of going in.
Go. Go. Go.
Ah, just checked on him.
He kind of laughed. Might have seen Sam's as well, too. Go, let's take just a touch off of it.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking to himself, too, Peter. Hey, Ball, did you see what you did on the second shot? Why didn't you do that on the third shot? As Matt pointed out, though, he was back uphill and into the grass growing towards him. That's the darker shade that you see on the Xander side of the hole. On the Sam side of the hole, you see that grass a lot lighter color. That means the grass is laid over and growing towards Sam. Boy, they put it right on that, green change, right on top of that ridge. Cannot have a downhill putt to this hole today.
To get back to 5 under on the day. He's got to stretch. Got to stretch. It was in the heart.
That's so easy to do after you blast one past 12 feet. Unfortunate par there.
Sam dropping his favorite type of chocolate, fudge, after the par. Yeah, we see what you're talking about, just the 2 different shades of green. But that ball is right on the tricky part. Accessible pin placement, but again, not going to be the easiest putt for these players today.
There's a good look at it. Look at everything on the left, how light that color of the grass is. Everything to the right of the hole a little bit darker. So they put it right directly on top. This ball should go a little bit from left to right, but I think you need to keep it in the hole.
So Austin Kaiser, him and Xander, teammates back in the day at San Diego State, and Austin was talking about, man, I wouldn't want to caddy for anybody else in the world other than my best friend.
Yeah, that's a pretty good horse to be riding. Looks like he's playing for it to break a little to the. Now it's a straight putt. Okay.
No doubter. So now Xander Schauffele is tied with Sam Burns for the lowest round currently on the course, as both players 4 under. Finding his form. See some low numbers today as both of these guys starting to creep up into that top 20 as we stride to the 11th, playing some 474 yards. This sizable dogleg left. Carl.
Yeah, need to move this ball from right to left. If you're going to fade it, you need to take it out over those bunkers. It makes the fairway a little smaller, though, if you work it from left to right. So Xander should feel very comfortable with this tee shot. Back right hole location. Got to make sure you don't go long. Anything short and just left of the flagstick is fine.
This will be one of the challenging holes today. It's not a single birdie so far. Only gave up 1 birdie yesterday. Let's listen in.
A tree trunk would be perfect.
Yeah, or just right of it with this hurt, you know? Okay.
Part of what makes this hole so difficult, Carl, is all week long it's been a coin flip to hit the fairway. Some 403 players have played this hole. Only 209 have hit the fairway. That's right at a 51% clip.
I mean, this is the ultimate driving machine here. This is ridiculous.
Both of these guys finding their way today. And this is probably a little bit a shot that shapes Sam's eye a little bit better with that right to left. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, Sam hits a little straighter. He doesn't curve it quite as much as Xander does.
Ball's got quick on the left-hand side. Let's see if it gets a lie or break, I should say.
I think that's on the camera side of those trees. If it's inside the tree line, it shouldn't be too difficult.
A rare miss with the driver that we've seen so far today. Sam's trying to take a look at it. So both of these players making a run on the final run, or final round, I should say. There's Carl Paulson's favorite animal.
Nope, I'm out.
You're out? Yeah.
Yep.
Probably going to cut to commercial break. You can open your eyes out, Carl. Scotty Schauffele, what's at stake? 3 majors and 15 tour wins before turning 30. The third in the last 40 years to do it. And if he can do this before turning 30, 2 Masters at a PGA Championship, he'll be there with some decent players and Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus, and 10 straight PGA champion representing USA. So 9 straight years we've had an American to win this tournament. The most 54 hole leads, or at least co-leads, since 2019-2020. Not a shock that Scotty would be there. Rahm playing well, but see John Rahm 6 under, but 5 back from Scotty Schauffele. As we see some just really great rounds so far this week. Scoring conditions going to be favorable, as you see both Xander and Sam climbing up that leaderboard on a Sunday. This is where they're at on the 11th is Schauffele, just you said, Carl, just the driving machine over on the left-hand side. Sam Burns.
Sam's is going to be a little close. We'll get an update from Matt here in just a minute, but Schauffele is on absolute autopilot with the driver today.
It's impressive. So I'm only hit 7 fairways in rounds 2 and 3. He's hit 8 of them so far today through 11. And Matt, as some of the bros are looking on Sam Burns' lie, what does he have over there?
Well, you know, there's a lot of bros in the Queen City.
A lot of bros.
A lot of bros in the Queen City, Peter. I know you're aware of that.
A lot of cousins over there for Xander, too. Yeah.
A lot of cousins, a lot of bros, a lot of sundresses, a little bit of everything out here. Looks like Xander's going to be ready to roll first. Another just absolute beauty off the tee from him, and it's pretty narrow where these guys are landing it. 156 here for Xander, pin cut all the way in the back right. And this is far and away the most the wind has blown today. Really in the last 20 or 30 minutes, it's started to pick up. Pretty healthy breeze back into Schauffele's face at the moment.
I tell you what, Matt, though, if you drive it like Xander has, it really kind of simplifies these difficult holes out here at Quail Hollow.
And it also just provides, you know, a massive opportunity for separation for a guy like Xander. I know we're running out of holes here in this championship, but what a weapon to have a driver like that.
All right, pulled it just slightly, so I'll have a lengthier putt than he would have liked. Now, does Sam have a look at the front right edge of the green?
He's totally fine.
Okay.
I mean, totally fine. He can go right at it. It's there's no tree issues at all. Obviously, footing will be a little bit of an issue, but there's no way this is Sam's first time hitting out a pine straw. Gonna choke up on it just a little bit. Really, Carl, it's just all about getting the ball first here. Sometimes I don't mind running out in front of these and making sure of that.
Foot slipped a little bit, but the contact sounded good.
Settle.
That's okay. Let's take a look at this right foot, see if it slipped on him just a little bit. I like to move that pine straw and make sure my feet are on the dirt. Yep, sure did.
Great look for Sam Burns. We'll see how they navigate the 11th when we return. Quite the look. The 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow that's the 14th reachable par 4. We've seen some fireworks, and we expect to see some more today. Number 15, fun as well. The PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. We love the round that Xander Schauffele and Sam Burns have given us so far in our featured group coverage. Now Burns for birdie.
Putting from the rough, needs to give this one a big old blow.
Yeah, that one hopped as it made the transition from the fringe, or the first cut to the fringe to the green, and anytime it bobbles a couple of times, it takes a lot of energy out of the putt. Oh, watch this. This thing will pop straight up and bounce a few times. And when that ball's bouncing, not rolling, 99 out of 100 times you'll leave it short.
a single birdie here on the 11th so far today. Go back to yesterday, it's only yielded one the entire weekend.
Well, I got a feeling that might change here, boys. I know it's a long one, but we got one of the best in the world right here. And Carl, this putt's right up your alley. Big swinger from right to left.
I like the call. Let's see if Xander can knock this down.
Bolder than my prediction of 3 birdies on hole 6 yesterday. Turn. Oh.
God, look at that ball run out.
It had that look for a minute. Right, just a little bit less pace. Might have taken that borrow a little.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Sam Burns here. It's kind of hot outside. And I was thinking, and Peter, you'd be a great guy to ask, because I'm pretty sure you've been to every one of these towns. What do you think if we had to power rank the hottest towns in the SEC in the middle of the summer? Where does Baton Rouge stack up?
I'll tell you what, when you get it around 94 with about 94% humidity, let's take a look at Burns. It makes it look so easy.
You guys have obviously never been to Columbia, South Carolina in July.
No, Carl, listen, I was getting ready to go there. My top 2 are Columbia and Gainesville.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't get hotter.
They call it the swamp for a reason in Gainesville. But Baton Rouge will give it a run for its money. Any of the majority of the SEC places, you don't get that too much in the other Columbia, Missouri.
But I tell you what, though, just one day, I would like to know what it's like to watch my putts after I hit them, but putt like Sam Burns. Just one day.
Just one day.
Well, why don't you stop talking about it and go practice, Carl?
That's not going to happen.
Now Xander. Takes that quick peek one more time. Yes, sir. They'll take that on the difficult par 4 11th. Actually, a great break in the weather this week in Quail. We had some rain earlier, and even with the 3-hour delay, the course was in tip-top shape. So we will head on over to the 12th. This 442-yard par 4. Only 2 birdies so far here today. Down the hill to the right.
Yeah, this is my favorite tee shot on the golf course. Got a couple of trees on the left that frame a fade. You got a tree on the right that can frame a draw. Your choice on which way you want to take it off the tee, but you need to be in the fairway. This is a very severe green. It's got a lot of slope from left to right. Pretty nice with this whole location today. This is one of the easier ones. You can use the slope just beyond the flagstick on the left-hand side to help get it a little bit closer, but you gotta make sure you're not too far right of the flagstick, because that ball will trickle all the way off of the green on the right-hand side.
Right smack dab in the middle. 9th toughest hole so far.
Yep.
It's a great look. You can see that target line. Probably right at that bunker, I would imagine, is the left side of that bunker.
Yeah, maybe started a little bit more to the left of that and let it fade to the right. He has really been hitting this tight little fade nicely today.
Hold. Hang on. Hang on.
Right.
Needs a kick to the left. That's okay. It's past the trees.
Yeah.
Looking at some of the data golf here today, they're thinking the predictive model is right around 14 under, which what we've seen, some of the accessible pin placements so far.
That makes sense with Scotty. I mean, he doesn't have to play ultra aggressive today.
second drive that we've seen from Sam, trying to get aggressive over on the left-hand side. Depends on. Okay, got kicks appear to be straight down. So both players 4 under through 11 holes. We'll see what those lies look like when we return. Final round coverage for the PGA Championship.
As we look at our 2 tee shots, Sam Burns blue, Xander Schauffele red. Both decent starting lines, overcooked to the right for Xander. And Sammy rips one into the trees up on that left-hand side. Xander's just fine. He's gotten past all the trees. Sam's ball drops straight down. He's going to have some issues.
Yeah, there's a pretty big clank. Hitting it solid. That's a great look from our camera crew. Who's been awesome all week long, trying to hustle up and give us a look. That's a great view of.
That's doable.
Yeah.
Did I just hear Sam Burns' shot's doable?
That is what I heard from Carl Paulson.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
You don't think he's going to even try to get on the green?
Well, he's got to keep it pretty low, Carl, and he needs to have some kind of right to left, trappy movement on this. And I think it's just sitting down a little too much for it to do any of that. I see this thing, could see this thing coming up, either having a hard time getting up out of the grass or coming up too quick and hitting the tree. I don't hate just chipping this thing back into play and leaving yourself maybe 70 or 80 yards. It's a pretty simple wedge shot today.
Let's try to listen in on this convo.
Well, the difficulty of this shot's obviously coming from the lie, because if he were on a fairway cut, he could swing this around onto the green. So, but when you're playing out of that heavy a rough, as Matt alluded to, if you're trying to keep it low, that ball's got to go through a lot of grass before it gets up in the air. A lot of movement from left to right in the fairway once this ball gets on the ground and starts rolling too, Matt.
Yeah, it's really just about 10 yards short of the green is when that left to right movement starts, but it'll be interesting to see how much he tries to chew off here.
See it. It was depends on the distance.
I'm gonna go work for the Weather Channel, guys.
That's a great shot. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Matt Every will give you weather on the 10s a little bit later next week. We'll see.
When's the next hurricane?
Yeah. Just another great look, as you can see that ball carving right to left. Back into that wind as that breeze is really starting to whip. And now Xander from 100. Settle. Yeah, not be able to get any type of spin from that lie.
That ball's off the green to the right.
It'll keep rolling. As you saw that green book, Carl, you're right.
Way off the green.
Settle.
There's just so much slope in this green. But again, that's where you want to miss, right? If you pull that just a little bit and it gets up on that top level, that putt is really tough to stop. And again, that's why it's so important to be coming out of the fairway, because if he could control that spin coming out of the fairway, that ball spins back down to 10 or 12 feet. But as I mentioned, that's not a bad spot to be. I'm kind of surprised that Sam's ball stayed on the green.
That was, again, you give a bucket of balls to an average player or even a tour pro right now. I don't know how many you're going to get inside of what Sam just did.
Sarcastic wave to the crowd.
Yeah, look at him smiling. Did you ever have rounds too, Carl, where you were just paired with somebody, you're like, we're gonna have a blast. I don't know what I'm gonna shoot, but we'll have a blast. And
sure.
Vice versa. Some rounds you're like, oh, we're in for some work today.
Yeah, yeah. You know, played with a couple of players that don't speak very much English, so you know that it's going to be kind of a day that you keep to yourself and keep the conversation with your caddy, and then you got days where you're playing with a good buddy and the caddies are buddies, and
or you got days where you play with a guy you wish he didn't speak English.
There have been a couple of those.
Those two-shot penalties the second you get your tee time.
I'm sure somebody has said that about me before, so.
Yeah, you got Paulson, huh?
Oh, boy. That's 74 written all over it.
He's going to drag us down today.
Like hearing that.
I believe that might have been a.
That was Tiger, guys.
Tiger made par?
Yep.
Tiger Morikawa, probably. So I think that was a birdie on the 13th for him. Now Xander.
Another uphiller here out of the rough for Xander, choosing the flat stick. Took a wobble as well.
That's a nice leave, though.
Okay. You see the second in the field as far as strokes gained putting. It's actually not as good as his yearly average, where he's #1 on tour. So
I want to go see who's putting better than him today, because I have had an awful lot of fun watching him putt.
Kevin Yu was that number that we saw just for a moment.
It's interesting because if you just take a peek at Sam Burns, you wouldn't think he picks it apart with the flat stick. I mean, this is a guy that's put together pretty nicely out here.
Just was once again in the jaws.
That is a really slow putt, though. One of the slowest on the course. Good par after that tee shot behind the tree. again, a tough par 3 coming up in 13 with another tough green, pretty severe green, but then the golf course opens up for a few minutes before entering the green mile. Just a little housework for Xander.
Left hand low, works for him, the cross-handed putting stroke. Played the last 6 holes over at 4 under, and that's what he is for the day. As you talked about the 13, playing just 212 yards, is a friendly distance.
Yeah, they moved that tee box to the right and back, and now it is a little bit lower. So this is an uphill tee shot now. We've got a back center hole location. It's one that you can use the slopes and contours of the green to get close. If you come in just a little bit left of the flag and say 10 paces short with a little flatter ball flight, the ball will want to find its way over towards the hole.
Well, it's gotten harder and harder as the week has gone by. There were 17 birdies in round 1, only 13 of them in round 2, only 5 of them yesterday, and it's only yielded a single birdie so far today with that pin placement.
Less wind than yesterday, yes.
Full 7, sorry. Perfect, right?
206, I mean, yeah, like a 190 on machine.
Is it going to get up to 10 miles an hour today or no?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah. 9, 10, and 11 are 2, not quite yet.
10 miles an hour.
10 miles. Let's say this is 10. So if it up there to 186. I don't think that's quite made yet, right?
You're not.
I think
Not
85. No, it's a little on the left. Like 85 with that?
Yeah, I did.
And this one you got to be just right of it.
Okay.
Like if you bring it down on
Right on
it, it's
it's fine,
perfect.
right?
Yeah, on it's perfect.
All right, they want this ball coming down on the hole because it'll move to the right, and that'll leave an uphill putt.
Just pulled it just a touch left.
Boy, is that a fast chip coming up.
But at least not completely short-sighted. It'll have a little landing area. As you could tell, he was just not happy.
No, that is definitely not the place you want to be, though.
See that win. Whip awfully good for the players. I do hope we get a little windy conditions in this afternoon, make it kind of interesting. Be an advantage for some of these players to get closer into that field, to the leaderboard, I should say. Now,
no, this is going to be close to that right edge.
No, yeah, just never caught it. So we'll have a little short game clinic for both players. It's when we return here, the final round at Quail Hollow.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does. Ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and.
What a shot by Scotty!
To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Well, there are the competitors to Scotty Schauffele, the #1 player in the world, 3 clear of the field. Alex Noren battling back from that injury and doing it quite well. Always great whenever you haven't played a whole bunch of golf and you get, probably not thinking about it too much. Happy to be out there, and Noren taking advantage of that week.
Yeah, last week was his first week back here in 2025. And coming back in style here at the PGA Championship.
That lie he's got to pick it off of.
That is not a difficult shot from down there today. That shot was way easier than what Xander has.
So that will be a tap-in par for Burns. It remained at 4 under here on Sunday.
Appreciate you taking that shot there. Still catching my breath, boys, walking up that hill. Tell you what, though, as far as spectating is concerned, this is a heck of a golf course. It's just a theater setting around this 13th green here, waiting for the leaders to come through later in the day. But I will say,
everybody lined up just left of this green. If you go a little bit more toward the 14th tee, it's a little bit higher, and I believe you can find some shade up there.
yeah, that shade's not here right now.
It's not?
No, but it is nice. There's a nice breeze. You kind of come up out of the swale at the 13th green, 14th tee, and there's a nice breeze for the spectators. This is a tough one here for Xander. It's not the thickest lie, but the ball is sitting down a little bit. He's got to give this thing a stab. Also has the wind at his back, which isn't going to make things any easier for him.
Settle, hit it. Another. Oh, almost. It trickled out.
Yeah, that's one of the fastest putts on the green, coming from the left side of the screen to the right.
One more look, and you said just had to kind of stab it.
Yeah, it was a good shot. He just flew it too far. But he left himself with the easier putt coming back uphill.
Schauffele and Burns over at 4 under. And Marco Pinge, we got a chance to see some of his golf yesterday. Young budding star. Drives the ball an absolute mile. He's 2 under in his round. Yeah, that finish this week is going to be great. We were talking to Curtis Strange last night, just talking about how much they love hole 18, the way it plays. That little creek on the left-hand side. Even 14 has given us some fireworks already.
Yeah, I like that they give you a couple of really good opportunities before you get to 16, 17, and 18 as well.
Yeah, that's just...
Taking a long look at this one. Should just be breaking slightly from right to left.
Yeah, if you go back and look at how it carved out on the on the way by for Mr. Schauffele.
Has to stay 4 under on the day.
Sure, keep his pace. Yes, sir. Walks it in. Never a doubt. 2 good pars for our crew on 13.
both these guys have been putting nicely today.
So now they will stroll to one of our favorite holes on the golf course at Quail. The Driveable, par 4, 14th. And these guys have been playing like a long par 3 so far this week.
And they're a little bit forced to be aggressive here because of the hole location. If you bail out to the right, it's going to be almost impossible to get the ball close. So if you can get it down on the front of the green, 2-putt from some 50 or 60 feet, that's a good play. Anywhere just short is fine. Even in that right bunker is okay, but if you get it anywhere to the right of that, difficult to get close.
We've seen some highlights so far this week. In the second round, Max Homa was on fire.
Yeah, just a knockdown driver. And watch this ball. Kicks to the right, now starts breaking to the left. Pretty good proximity with the driver. 1 foot 9 inches.
That'll work. And then Scotty Scheffler, part of the run in which that would be 5 under in his last 5 holes, gets quite the break. And my goodness, just workmanlike.
I got you.
So, although as long as he drives it, Xander Schauffele is just.
Yeah, this should just be a 3-wood to the front of the green.
Guys, I think this 3-wood's enough to give this thing a go here. This is a weapon for Xander. A 3-wood in his bag. Saw him tug it in the water earlier this week, though.
We saw him on his first round on Thursday. Hit it left into the water. He's staring at this one, asking for the wind to help out.
Told you.
Settle, settle.
Oh, it's even if it goes off the green, that's a great shot.
What a play. Hang tight.
Okay.
Okay.
Finishing on the right on that 14th. Yeah. Right bunker.
Xander Schauffele Legion over on Twitter will like that one as opportunity to get another one.
Is that really a thing?
It is.
I always want to know who runs the trackers out here for the players. Is it the wives? Is it the agents? There's no way it's a super fan.
Is it Used Golf Facts? Is that there as well too? Never know.
You never know.
Speaking of never know, that ball.
This is a
looks
really
to be tracking.
kick to the left.
Oh. Okay. As we see 2 opportunities for Eagle coming up here on the 14th. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship. Team content himself, Bryson DeChambeau, at one point was leading this tournament at 8 under. Struggled to get it in. He is at 5 under, 6 back. Remember, had the lead as well. Early into the final round at Augusta. He's got a new sleeve of golf balls. Way to break them out there, Bryson. His tee time coming up in just about an hour and 25 minutes. As Matt Every called him, the Billy Napier of golf. That's a good group with him and Tony Finau. Quiet. You know, hasn't been a ton of highlights from Tony Finau. No. Just played really, really solid. One of the nicest guys out on tour. That'll be one of our featured groups over on ESPN Plus this afternoon.
As we take a look at the 2 tee shots by our feature group here this morning. Just a 99-foot putt for Sam Burns. Just a little tap in. Xander will have to use the wedge from the primary cut, but he is chipping back uphill.
Carl, you and I had an opportunity to go out there over on hole number 17 yesterday and take a look at some of the different viewing options. As you can see it across, it's a great look. We were over there in the stands on 17 and maybe the best seat in the house. You could see the approaches into 17, of course, 16 green. Also, as you see it, is Director Lou doing a fantastic job this week. And from there, you get a look at what these players can have to navigate on 14.
Yeah, I got a really good look at 3 different holes.
Yeah, how were those seats yesterday?
They were great.
Yeah.
Matt?
Free booze?
Open air.
Open air, open bar?
Open air. The wind was blowing through nicely. They had some fans up there with televisions. It's all right.
Got me a nice little starry.
I remember those things. Yeah. All right, Sam Burns just inside of 100 feet here.
Not a putt you get to practice very often.
No, but it looks like he does.
Oh, yeah.
Awfully good leave.
Wow.
Man, that food in that corporate tent was really good, too. That's probably better than Matt had it all week long.
The bow tie pasta
oh,
was
my
nice.
gosh,
The
it was
Greek
delicious.
chicken was good.
The conversations were great. It's a shame you missed out, Matt.
It's all right. I don't need to freeload to get a nice meal.
That's true.
You know, I hit all the good spots in Charlotte this week. Beef and Bottle.
I was waiting for that invite last night. Did not get that.
Beef and Bottle again. Well, I had already found out that you snaked me yesterday. So, all right, tough leave here for Xander. He's got a pretty steep upslope he's dealing with. Tabletop surface, wind at his back. This would be easy for this one to get away from him a little bit.
Yep.
Really good, guys.
Roll
really
out.
good.
And he left it below the hole.
Great.
Fantastic.
Great shot for both of these gentlemen. Is more birdies than pars on the par 4 14th so far, and going to have a good look as well as.
Yeah, the key on this shot is to make sure your shoulders are parallel with the ground so you're not fighting the slope. See the slope? See the left shoulder way higher than the right? That puts the shoulders on the same angle as the slope, and then you just hit your normal shot knowing it's going to come out a little higher than normal.
The #1 putter on tour this year, living up to that today, as that birdie gets them to 5 under and now 3 under for the championship.
He made that look like a 1-foot tap in.
It's.
He really did. That was extremely pedestrian for a 6-footer with wind, with some crosswind in it.
It's a great look at the green mile, 14, 15, 16, 17, then 18 at the top, going back to the clubhouse. Wind-wise, Matt, I mean, has it just been kind of
It's enough to get your attention. There's plenty. I mean, it's not like yesterday, but it's not laying down by any means out here.
See a bunch of ripples on the pond behind Xander there. This to keep pace with Sam.
They've been drafting off each other awfully well. So Xander as well at 5 under. A little bit of a horse race breaking out with 4 holes to go.
Par 5 coming up here at the 15th as well.
By the way, we have a update for the Xander Schauffele Legion as we get ready for the 15th, but take us through this hole first.
Yeah, 586 yards. Want to keep it just left of that bunker. As far as these guys are hitting it, they will definitely go in the bunker if they don't curve that thing slightly from right to left. Once you find the fairway, it's a downslope. You're on the downslope on your second shot, hitting to an elevated green. That's the difficulty of the second shot, but if you just fly that bunker and get it anywhere in the middle of this green, it's an easy birdie, as this hole has been absolutely torn apart by this field this week.
More birdies and pars today as well. It's the easiest hole before you get into the Green Mile. And you know, Everett was asking, hey, who runs the trackers out here for that Xander Schauffele Legion? They have answered and said, Matt, it was just a super fan who's built some inside knowledge.
Okay.
There you go. See?
Is that across the board, though? Is it just Xander tracker, or? I mean, we know one of the wives runs the tracker.
That's true.
Looks like he's trying to play a fade along with the wind.
Well, listen, Carl, this is right out of your boy Neil Lancaster's playbook. Don't fight it, ride it.
Love it. That's well to the right. Now it's missed now.
Oh, watch out.
That's
okay.
A little matted down area. Not sure if he's going to be able to get to the green from there, but he might be able to blast it up short of the green. Well, that fairway gets really small, Matt, if you're moving it from left to right, though, doesn't it?
It does, and you almost got to start it in the water today. It's a pretty healthy breeze. Currently off the left, pretty much dead off the left for these players. And, you know, it's hard to concede to turning something into the wind. You know you're going to take some distance off of it, and I think a lot of guys would sign up for that.
Well, that is
don't fight it, ride it mentality.
That was a rip by Sam Burns.
It's got to get down, though.
It appears to have caught that bunker. So a little work for our final group, as you may have asked the question, Tony Finau, where he be now? He's over at Quail Hollow.
Nice steady golf so far this week.
Bryson DeChambeau, part of our 2 p.m. featured group. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship. just less than 2 hours away from Scotty Scheffele, the world #1 player, teeing off with a 3-stroke lead on Alex Norn as we welcome you back to our feature group coverage. Xander Schauffele and Sam Burns, and we were smiling when we saw this assignment late yesterday. Let's see,
Lucas Glover getting ready there on the
Lucas
range.
played well. Bryson going through his little pre-shot routine. A little disappointing finish for Mr. Content. There was a moment there, guys, yesterday. Rahm was at 7 under, Bryson was at 7 under, and Scotty was at 7 under.
And then Scotty started being Scotty.
Put it in the Scheffele gear. And now we see the players coming up over on the 15th hole. Well, so what he's got, that's a tricky little play with the squirrely lie. Ball above his feet, Carl, with that water jetting out.
Ball above his feet, and it's on a little bit of a downslope. This is not the easiest shot in the world.
This is when it's so cool to be able to get an opportunity to see these guys up close and in person. Obviously the great shots, but it's these that would give absolute fits for an average golfer to see how good they are in recoveries.
Okay. Sam appears ready to roll. Not the best lie, and first things first here. We're just looking to get this back in play. Maybe 160, 170 yards max out of this.
Yep. It's one of those ones you don't need to watch where it goes as long as you hit it solid. Did you hear the fans in the group saying good shot, Sam? Now let's listen to see if Xander and Austin have some words about this one.
Probably short, so 20 short is 35. 235, that's 5 there. Okay, you have 240 into it.
And to cover this left bunker, how far?
You just shoot it and then go plus it through. What's that?
I'm going to squeeze it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not going to be able to, like...
You can't carry that.
No.
No. 205 to cover it.
It's going to jump. What do you like?
I'm thinking like 5 on it.
I was thinking 6.
I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, if it doesn't get all the way up, it's fine. It's going to be a 60-yard pitch, which is fine with where the wind's at. I mean, first things first is getting some height on that as much as possible. Yeah. I like that. Okay. Regardless, 5's not covering that bunker anyway. So. It's like, it's a little off the left. It's like right here. Mostly a little off the left. All right.
When I walked by it, guys, I didn't see 5-iron in the equation, and it's kind of sitting down a little bit. I know it's matted down in this area, but it's just a squirrely lie in general. I look for this thing to come out knuckling and just chase it up the hill.
Muscled it through it, but they knew they had enough to get over the water hazard, as both of these guys playing extremely well, and especially putting extremely well. Also for the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, or the PGA professionals. Natalie and Joe give us a little breakdown right now.
So we are watching 2 of the best players in the world, and we were just chatting, Joe, about something that they do that helps them control their distance. So tell us from your perspective, what are they doing to control their distance really well?
One of the things you see, especially you and I see it maybe on the other end, is as we watch people putt, their follows through get real sloppy. And we kind of kidded and we said, Burns and Xander, they're actually stoppy. They control their follow-through. That helps them control their distance. And if you want to practice it, I mean, there's anything from teaching and putting aids. Obviously, you can't follow through too long on this one. You could put a line down there. You could put a tee down there. Once you start to know where that putter is going to end, no matter what I do, if I control that follow-through, I am going to control my distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one of the things that really helps is making sure that your tempo is consistent. So if we are too slow or too fast in one direction or the other, certainly that follow-through can maybe be a little too long or even a little too short, which is really challenging to control your distance if that's going on. So.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, the next time you hit a bad putt, don't be surprised if you look and the putter's somewhere in your foreground over here. You gotten too sloppy.
Great stuff from Natalie and Joe. We haven't seen too many sloppy putts from Xander or the number one on tour, Sam Burns. That's one of the reasons why they've been playing so well. This is what they were.
Xander, beautiful stroke there. That was at the 10th.
This was for the eagle.
I like how he holds his finish until the ball either goes in the hole or stops. A lot of times people will recoil the putter just a little bit. It'll come back, and that's always a little dangerous.
The always dangerous Matt Every's out on the golf course, and
always dangerous.
Always.
Some nice pads out here at Quail Hollow, boys.
Yeah.
They've got.
It should stop pretty quick.
Imagine get a pretty penny for those if you rent them out for the week.
Popular choice this week amongst the players. Renting houses.
No, it's not. I mean, that part of that green is back at us pretty good.
Off this upslope, a little land out of the left, up. Direction mark, you know?
Yep.
It's probably 30 off.
Yes, you will. I love that.
Love the distance, Matt and Burns and Schauffele, both 5 under today.
Yeah, we'll see. Look, there's still a bit of guesswork here on the distance. There's quite a bit of uphill in this third shot. One of the prices you pay for being out of position off the tee.
Settle. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was not anywhere near where he needed to land that.
Look, they're going back and look at the math like, huh? What did we miss there?
Well, Matt brought up a good point. Being that far below the surface and there's that much wind blowing, tough to judge the distance.
Yeah, not all 120-yard shots are created equal, and that one was on the more difficult end for sure. On 79 yards here for Xander. It was a heck of a layup, fellas, and he also pushed this thing on the right side of the fairway, which leaves him a little better view to this whole location. And from this angle, really going straight back into the wind. If anything, maybe 11 o'clock, but a killer opportunity here for Xander to add another one on the card.
Yeah, this ball will kick slightly to the left once it gets on the ground.
There's to the left. That is
excellent.
The form that we've seen today and what we expected this week from the reigning PGA champion.
Look how low he brought this in. Know you're going to get that one hop and stop action on the ball.
Mr. Rahm has showed up with his game as well. 6 under, some 5 strokes behind leader Scotty Scheffler. No, good to see his form. And look, hey, is that a smile from Rahm?
I thought I saw one.
No, oh, he heard us talking. Some smiles from Lucas Glover. It was kind of fun watching him play. Just a lower ball trajectory for the Clemson Tiger out here, having some success this week. Just a great practice facility at Quail. So this is what we're looking at. Going to be chipping back downwind, but would you rather, Matt, be in this little kind of first cut where it's nice and soft and kind of sitting up? Would you rather be kind of right on that upslope fringe where you can kind of pick it?
Well, I'd rather be on the upslope fringe because I'd probably just take the putter, Peter.
Yeah.
But either one's fine. Look, that was not Sam's best shot into this whole location. There was definitely a mix up there and maybe a bit of a tug, but really not the hardest shot here. I guess the wind direction does add a bit of difficulty to it. You don't have that wind coming against you to kind of soften the blow.
Awfully good for Burns.
That's a great shot. He's still going to be disappointed with par in this hole, but last thing in the world you want to do is give one back on a par 5.
Yeah, just pick it up, Sam. Okay. So Burns will remain at 5. Just really good pacing here, Carl.
Yeah, brings it in a lot lower and gets it to skip up the hill and then start rolling like a putt. There, it's a great look there at how low he brought that in.
Did you guys download the Xander Schauffele app yet?
No.
Get it? Okay. Probably should have got it before today's round, but it is available in the App Store, so you know.
Okay.
What's on there?
I don't know. Gonna give it a gander here.
It's not an easy short putt here, is it?
Not the hardest. I'm way more interested in what's on the Xander app.
Please hold.
Right now.
I've got
It's something else.
T-Mobile has been fantastic with their internet here, so I'll get it real quick.
Pretty easy right to lefty here for Xander. Need to pay off that beautiful wedge shot. Oh no.
Out of it already.
That thing snapped. So neither player can take advantage of the par 5 15th as they head to 3 of the hardest holes on the golf course.
It is one of the most challenging closing 3-hole finishes anywhere in professional golf. Competitors this week are on the watch for the challenges and look forward to the test of the Green Mile.
The Green Mile is just a really tough test to golf. With those gusty winds, you have to hit some really good shots, and you also have to time it up at the right time too.
That place is never easy. It doesn't matter if you have no win or win, whatever. It's always hard.
I don't know what else to say other than I hit great shots on the last 3 holes. You just can't do much about it. The iron on 17, I thought I was going to be in the middle of the green. It just got smoked. The wind flipped and went right in, and that's a game of golf.
When it's blowing like that and the greens are this firm, it's such a fine line with hitting the ball close to the hole and feeling like you're scrambling for par.
I couldn't imagine those holes playing under par, and so for me, at the end of the round, that was nice to steal a couple shots coming down the stretch.
Always a little fun with our crew and graphics. You see the Green Mile through 3 rounds, playing just 9 strokes harder, but giving a couple more birdies, not as many as doubles or worse so far, but still plus over 400 strokes over par, both in 2017 and 2018, as you see it. 1, 2, and 3 As you see, 16, that big par 4 over on the right-hand side. And 17, the long par 3, going right back up to the clubhouse into 18. Take us through this one, Carl.
Yeah, well, this 16th hole is very difficult. You drive it left of that bunker. Front left hole location today might be a little bit easier. But this hole is just brutally hard just because of the length. The second shot's elevated too, and you're hitting down to the green, so the ball's in the air for a long time. I've seen a few balls in the water, bunch of balls in that greenside bunker on the right.
Xander's made a little bit of a mess of this one. We saw in his first round, hit it right in the middle of the fairway along with Scotty Scheffler, and both of them, a little mud on the ball, led to a double. Challenging that bunker on the right side. He's asking for it to fly.
No.
No.
Bunker?
Yeah.
Yep.
340 to carry that bunker.
It's a beautiful aerial view from the blimp of that green mile. Burns, one of the few golfers this week playing the 16th at under pars. I think it'll be favoring that left-hand side.
Yeah, just take it at the left edge of the bunker. Got some wind helping out of the right.
Got to fly as well too. It's on that similar line, maybe a little bit further to the right of it. No, they will bring the sunscreen as both of them on the beach here on the 16th. But both 3 under, 5 under for the day as we continue our final round coverage of the PGA Championship. Welcome back to final round coverage of the PGA Championship. Peter Burns, Carl Paulson, and Matt Every. You can see your full third round coverage over on CBS. Pete Carroll's out here, or Pat Carroll rather. Sequoia987 on Twitter says, guys, your group is incredible at announcing. These guys are fun to listen to and know their golf. Best announcing I've heard watching golf. I appreciate that, even if that is Matt Every's burner account. It's nice of Pat to say those things about our featured group coverage.
Peter, I don't even have a real account.
You're a smart man.
Hey, did you find anything out about that that Xander app?
We do. I have downloaded the Xander Schauffele app. Is the last update that we had on the latest news was posted back on April the 30th. Timely is not of the essence, but it's all right. Xander is. You can also get Xander Schauffele gear. You can get a cashmere sweater and a free bobblehead, Matt, for $415.
How is it free if it's $415?
The bobblehead's free.
The bobblehead's free.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gift with purchase. You get the Xander Schauffele Odyssey Las Vegas putter for $6.15. And if you want the bobblehead set, it's $50. And it's got a nice picture of Xander actually showing it for scale.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I thought that the streak that he had that we just showed of the top 20 in the last 12 majors, I thought that was all but forgotten coming into this final round. That is not the case, as Schauffele has played himself in to tied for 17th right now with 5 under, matching Sam Burns as well. So we could not have asked, Carl, for a better 1-2 punch on our feature group on Sunday.
Got lucky with 2 guys with a lot of firepower. Came out of the gate swinging, and we've got a couple of players that are sitting at 5 under par. One more birdie will all but guarantee that top 20 for Xander.
I wonder what would be on the Matt Every app. I would download that. Maybe not at work, but I would download the Matt Every app.
Definitely not at work.
Not at work.
Oh man. So you're basically telling me that Xander's just selling the stuff he's like it's a link to get the clubs he plays, to get the clothes he wears, kind of stuff
There's
like that.
also news updates if you're a Xander fan. Yeah.
It gives them where he's going to be playing at and the tournaments in his field.
Where is he playing next?
Please hold. It shows going to be out at Muirfield for the Memorial, then the U.S. Open. Going to already committed to the Travelers.
Is he getting in on Monday or Tuesday?
Not updated yet.
Okay.
Update me on the lies for these guys, though.
I will. Sam Burns, far and away the better lie. Also doesn't have any lip issues to deal with here. 180 yards. There's nothing easy about this shot, though, boys. Back downhill. Wind just currently whipping off the right. And you guys are correct. One more birdie coming in, and these guys are going to post up and watch themselves vault up the leaderboard. This got to be careful.
Oh, be careful.
Oh, my gosh. Best break ever.
That ball, it appeared stayed dry.
That ball landed inside the hazard line and stayed up.
It's going to turn into help. But if we're starting it right at the tower.
One more look at what Matt was talking about over on that left-hand side. He knew it right from the jump. Says, oh, splat. That is what a break.
He's going to be walking a tight wire over there. Xander from a little bit further up in this bunker, 174.
Yeah, it's a hairy lie. It's sitting down a little bit and really got to guard against going left here.
You like one left? No, I'm just trying to figure out what's the easiest shot to hit. I mean, my feet are like cut. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I just want to hit whatever's a smart shot. Yeah, whatever you feel is the thing contact. I can't tell you cut or draw. Too, because it rolled backwards in. Yeah. So I just gotta hit this really clean. Yeah. All right. Just favor that right.
Matt, you called it. It was something that did not match Xander's eye. He backed off of it, and they've got a game plan now.
Yeah, it's just awkward all around here. Ball's below his feet. It's not sitting great. Don't need to be a hero here, but you certainly don't need to hit one left either.
Staring.
Sounded like good contact. No.
Settle. Oh, no.
That ball bounced in the water.
The break that Sam Burns got is not the break that Xander got. I don't think he can believe that. Is surprised, Matt, as far as just the line that he took, or did that ball just pop out left? Just a little.
I'm surprised.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Horrible break.
I'm very surprised. Either one of those golf balls was left to the flagstick.
Yeah, especially after Sam hit his shot, you're thinking, all right, with that wind whipping right to left.
That front right bunker's not bad. Now I know his ball was sitting down, and it was going to be it was always going to be hard to catch clean contact.
All right, guys, sorry. I was walking with Sam there up to the green. I don't think they were aiming over there by any means. I just think when those balls are sitting down, it's easy to catch them heavy. You know, for the last 5 years of my career, I fatted every fairway bunker shot with a perfect lie. And usually when you fat them, for some reason, they go left, winds off the right. They're just, man, they're at the mercy of Mother Nature the second that thing takes off. And you know, Sam got a heck of a break. I don't know what kind of stance he's going to have over here. It's not going to be much of one, that's for sure. But I'll tell you what, Xander's going to want to forget this hole, that's for sure.
And to add to that, remember the double bogey from the middle of the fairway after this ball probably gathered a little bit of mud over on the first round. Again, just the difference in breaks is that ball catching more of the corner and hopping straight into the water, where Sam Burns' ball did not capture the side bank. It just stayed in.
Yeah, I think Sam's going to be standing very close to his golf ball.
Boys, we got shoes off.
Never mind.
We got an update coming. Here we go. As you see the crowd excited to see a little skin.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
We almost lost one. He's going to have to turn a little more toward. Well, he might be playing out in front of the green.
Well, listen, even just chipping this thing out to the front of the green or sideways would be a better angle than dropping this thing for your fourth.
I think he's going to put the shoe back on before he hits. Yeah, he didn't like that, so he's just going to put the shoe back on and chip it out short of the green. Try and minimize the damage here. Oh. Step in.
We'll just have to deal with that damp sock for about 2.5 more holes. Not the end of the world.
I think he just thought it was too much of a baseball lie and could bring in a huge number.
Boy, he's got way more self-control than I do.
You would have.
Of course I would have.
Yeah, you would have.
Yeah.
I think Matt would have too. Matt would have actually taken. Matt, I think you would have taken off both shoes.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, Peter, resisting temptation has never been a strength of mine.
That's fair. Say that's probably fair for all three of us.
Oh, Xander, we are making a mess.
Yeah, this is disappointing for both of these guys. Had played just beautifully for the first 15 holes, and now it's kind of questionable to see if Sam will go first. I tell you what, it's all been downhill since I downloaded the Xander Schauffele app. I'm going to remove app for the phone. Sorry, Mr. Schauffele, in your app.
Sure you don't want to.
I think it was just bad luck.
That cashmere first?
I already did.
Okay.
So I'm good. Expense that on your expense report later this week. Now this is ball above his feet as well too. This is not going to be easy. Where does he want to land this one, Matt?
Yeah, there's nothing easy about this. He's almost up on the steel. It's back downwind. Green's running away from him. Surface is above him. He wants to land it just short of the green, Peter, in about a 2 or 3 foot radius, and hope he guessed right on the bounce. Anything inside of 10 feet would be a hell of a shot. Not too bad.
Settle right there. And it'll kind of trickle back down off of it.
Should be able to put a mark on that. I think it stayed on the very edge.
This wind's starting to pick up, guys. It's been blowing, pretty much at the turn it picked up, but it's I think we're at the peak right now. It's pretty good.
I noticed that, and I know that these guys are going to be. Oh, Sam, quick played us in a beauty.
Oh, quick draw over here.
Well, it's twice that we saw Sam kind of taking some pretty aggressive lies and played smart. And he was not wasting any time, felt good about it.
He was telling me on the way up, guys, he doesn't think he's had a good lie in the fairway bunkers this week. They're really tough. All the balls are sitting down, and there's just not much you can do with them.
So we see it's never good when, wow, that's a lot of different shots on the 16th. One of the reasons why it's played over 400 strokes over par. This Cajuns always. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we're good. Trying to get a read on this one. I gotta imagine this is going to be awfully slow.
Yeah, there's probably slower putts on the course here, Peter, but that top 20 streak, if there's any ideas of keeping that thing going, this one really needs to fall. Can't afford to give up more than one here at the 16th. Right at 20 feet here for Xander. At least that's what ShotLink says. If anything, gonna move towards the pond.
That was a mess.
So that'll be a double bogey for Xander, and he'll fall back to 1 under for the championship.
I think you'll want to get rid of this hole and the memories of the 16th double.
Yeah.
And around 1 for the middle of the fairway, and double just now. Grand opening, grand closing on the Green Mile did not work out well. This is Sanders just dropped 1.
All right.
Well, we were rolling along nicely until that. As they will stride over to the 17th. Not a single birdie today. Playing 216 yards in front of the hospitality tents over the right-hand side, and that back left pin placement is the reason why, Carl. That's not an easy one.
It's not, Arnie. You've got a couple of balls in the water, as we can see there, but a couple of 3 putts as well. There's a ridge about 10 steps on this green. If you can land it into the upslope of that ridge, it'll be the right distance. If you land it on top of that ridge or over the ridge, it's gone.
On the left side of that frame. Great look at that water feature. It surrounds 14, 15, 16, 17, and that's where we were hanging out without Matt Every yesterday.
That's fine. I won't even tell you guys what I was doing. Way cooler than hanging out there.
Sure it was, yeah. It's kind of like the guy that says, man, I just moved into town. My girlfriend, she's from out of town. Nobody ever sees a picture of her, and she's beautiful.
She's Canadian.
She's Canadian,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's Canadian. That was pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it just took us 4 days to finally get a good joke in.
4 days to land one.
Yeah.
Michael Collins called.
Yeah, just gotta throw a bunch of them. Hope you land. All right, so a chance to regroup. Both. You see the hands on the hips there for Xander, just kind of shaking. Oh.
I mean, obviously that's a big blow to Xander's chances of finishing in the top 20, but still got a nice round of golf going. Got to hit some quality shots coming home and see if you can squeeze a birdie out of one of these tough holes.
Let's try to listen in.
If we're hitting straight, it's probably playing close to that number. It's 200 shots. Yes. Yes. 200-yard shot, right?
That's the voice of Travis Perkins, Sam's caddy. He spent 2008 out here on the PGA Tour, played 23 times.
You gonna give us how many cuts he made?
Nope.
Okay.
Asking for it to get over on the left-hand side. Oh,
no.
Just short. I did not hear the collective groan from the crowd, which would mean that there would be a splash. So that looks to have caught the bunker just in front for Sam. That wind looked like it was starting to whip around, Matt.
It is, and
Can't imagine it going long.
that did find the front bunker. It's not going to be an easy shot, though. It's going to be a pretty hard shot, actually. Wind's starting to kick around a little bit right now. It's bouncing off the right. We'll listen in here.
205 to the crest. Just 6 more. The more right you go, the more you can get hurt. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how well he hit that. I mean, we're trying to land on 17, like I said. If it goes to that back section, this is more right. You know what I'm saying?
Is the range one?
Yep.
I love the commentary between Xander and Austin.
I do too, Peter. It's my favorite out of all the player caddy combos out here that are you know, more vocal than your run-of-the-mill player caddy combo. The way these two go back and forth, there's a ton of accountability and trust between them.
We heard good shot from him.
Get down. Get down.
Okay. Yep, you are right. Just you could tell that's a friendship that's gone back from the college golf days, and
he gets all the information that he needs, and he gets it concisely. There's no messing around, and he doesn't get any information he doesn't need. It's perfect.
It's a great way of putting it. And a great shot, but a bad bounce off that back part of the green. We'll see what they have coming up next.
Nicklaus, he has won his 4th PGA.
He has taken the torch and he's running with it. Bill's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
We will be crowning a champion, and Well, just probably over 6 hours or so from now. Scotty Schauffele, 3 clear of the field. As we see some players, including Taylor Pendrith, playing well. He's 2 under through 4, so there are some scoring situations for these guys. The pin placements, as Carl Paulson had talked about when we first started our feature group coverage, that there were some accessible pin spots today, and I think it's played out that well.
Well, the golf course is at the perfect spot right now with the firmness where it will still accept good shots, but it is going to reject poor shots, and so we're going to see a big dispersion in scores today.
Brutal leave here for Burns, boys. He's got to ride this ridge and
stay up, settle.
Didn't quite ride it the right way.
But the best putter on tour will have an opportunity to save par.
Well, it's getting towards the end here, boys. Give me a prediction. Who's taking this thing down today? Well, by how many?
Yeah, I think that's maybe the question. Is Scotty Schauffele. I'm going to say Scotty fires just a ho-hum 3 under 68 to shoot 14 under and win by 4.
Carl, what do you got?
I've got him shooting 1 under par today and winning by 4.
Matt?
I got him giving it the gas, boys. 3 or 4 over, and Davis Riley walking out of this thing with a Wanamaker.
That is an absolute.
That's a hot take.
You could probably get a decent.
Davis Riley, remember that name.
Get in right now to ESPN Bet. $10 bet on Davis might put your kids through college now. All right, so here's Xander from kind of a squirrely lie.
Yeah, nothing easy about this either. Awkward, ton of green to work with. Just one of those you're going to give it a stab and hope you guessed right. Oh, man. I mean,
how did that ball just stop so quick?
It's back into the grain and uphill. These last 3 holes today are going to be absolutely brutal.
Well, it's also one of those shots too, Carl, where it's such a demanding shot here, the 17th, and you've already done the, like, I know that thing ended up in the rough, but that had to look so good in the air. You already did the hard part. The next thing you know, you got 10 feet for par.
And even where that pin is placed at today, kind of on that ridge, you see the 2 different shades of grain, Carl. That it's not easy as well.
No. They're making it so whoever wins this thing today is going to earn it. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens with our leaders when they come through this green mile later on this evening.
It's a great aerial view. That 17 green as when they stride back up to the 18th, back to the clubhouse. The best putter on tour.
I mean, it really is unbelievable.
You know, they check the drivers to make sure they're conforming. Do they check the balls to make sure there's not a magnet in it?
This is one of the best putting rounds I've seen all year long.
Just impressive for Sam Burns, who's found some great form late. So remember the Ryder Cup in the last edition. Well, yeah, continue to play like he's played on Sunday in the last couple of months to give Keegan Bradley something to think of. Schauffele. Got to break a little bit to his right, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Get in.
Oh, man. Dropped 3 shots in the last 2 holes.
Well, won't be the only bogey on 17, but to highlight what Matt Every had said coming in. He had done the hard part, which is really hit a great iron shot. Just goes to show you how tough this green is and how tough it's going to play as they'll head on over to the 18th, which is, according to Curtis Strange yesterday, one of the best finishing holes in all of major golf right here.
Also, the hardest hole on the golf course. All about hitting a good drive, getting it in this fairway. Back left hole location today. Going to be almost impossible to score well on this hole from the rough. Left is a creek, right is a bunker. Just nowhere to bail out, Peter.
No, there is not. It's playing almost a full half shot over par. It's not been easy in any time. You have anything that says starts with a 5 for par 4 or 504 yards with that. Just over that left-hand side, that little creek that runs through it, just enough to make you think about it.
Yeah. But not enough to change our line. Correct. Yep. Love it, buddy. Best swing of the day right here.
As you hear, Travis says best swing of the day right here, and he's made some good swings and had it rolling, really.
This game's a lot easier when that flat stick is working the way Sam's got it working. I can tell you that.
Fix a lot of mistakes.
Well, he asked for the best one of the day here. He's going to need it. Wind dead off the left. Just makes this tee shot that much more awkward. Very skinny target up there.
And he picked up the tee awfully quick there, Carl.
That might have been the best swing of the day.
A no doubter, just a casual 327, carry on 18.
I won't say it's the best shot because the putts have been better than that.
Now Xander, who had it 3 under for the championship and found himself in top 20. Double at 16 with a bogey on 17 here, Matt.
Yeah, that green mile comes at you fast, Peter. On full display for Xander. This is beauty here, though.
A little aggression on the 18th hole as one of the longest hitters just nips Sam Burns, but they'll be able to kind of brother-in-law it as they have all day long as they'll stride up on the finishing hole. Sam Burns 2 under. Xander Schauffele over even par. Feature group coverage of the PGA Championship rolls on. Just a reminder, you can follow 3 different feature groups in the feature holes live over on ESPN Plus. We got Rory McIlroy and Nut, and also our group, Xander and Sam Burns, in the feature holes as well. And of course, right after that, George Savarica, Scott Verplank, and Steve Scott will get you caught up with Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau. There'll be plenty of fireworks with that great group this afternoon. Just a couple of minutes until they'll tee off. We've had a blast over the last couple of days. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm Peter Burns. That is Carl Paulson carrying me, and Matt Every out on the golf course getting the steps in. We've had quite an entertaining duo on this Sunday at Quail Hollow as Sam Burns 4 under on the day, and Xander playing solid as well outside the last couple of holes for these guys.
Green Mile proving to be the toughest 3 holes on the golf course, toughest finish on tour.
As we
look at those 2 drives, though.
About as good as you can get. Favoring that left-hand side. The casual 327, 329. Only 1 birdie so far today.
Colin, we're going to get one out of our group here.
I'm going to say you're wrong. We're going to go par here.
Okay.
Carl? Matt, split the difference. What do you got?
I'm going to go, not only do I have Davis Riley taking this thing down today, but I got both these guys birdie in this hole, boys.
You got 2 under.
Hot take.
I'm just a Debbie Downer here. The Davis Riley catching Scotty Scheffler. That's an aggressive call. I like it.
It is. I mean, there was a little bit of sarcasm in there. But
I didn't hear it.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
just tweeted it out. It's official.
Perfect. We'll roll with it.
Embrace it.
Landing 25 on is perfect, right? Landing 70 to 72. And this should be perfect. Is that correct? Most across. That's all.
We're hearing Xander and Austin talk. Basically the same shot here.
I also went over there and took a peek in Sam's bag and tried to figure out which club was missing.
It's so funny how, like, throughout life, stuff changes. I can remember in, like, high level, you know, competitive junior golf, and even in college golf, when someone would come over and try and look at your clubs, you throw a towel over your clubs so they can't see them. And now it's just nobody cares. Go ahead, take a peek.
Or your buddies. How many sisters do you have? I've got 7 sisters. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Sam Burns, make a liar out of me.
This ball hanging out to the right. He'll have to do it with his favorite club.
That would be the flat stick.
The harder I swing, the more it's going to draw, too. Yeah. I think we just did one of this. Yeah. Yeah.
It's quite a breeze into these players on the 18th, Matt.
It's up there, Peter. Pretty much straight into Xander's face here, maybe quartering off the left. Just a hair. Needs to fly this one almost all the way back there.
Shaking it. Great view from the eye in the sky.
Uh-oh.
Sit. Settle. Okay. That's an awfully
be a good look.
Good shot. As you see, that wind just kind of died down. The flag not moving. Of course, that's blocked a little bit by the structures for the fans and the spectators. Yeah. So pull out the putter, but it's Sam Burns with the putter that's been impressive, Carl.
Yeah, all the way back at the first hole this morning. Just outside of 20 feet. Big breaker from right to left. That goes dead center. Here at the second hole, a little trickier. Sends it out to the right. Just taps it down the hill, catches the left edge and goes in.
Almost like a computer program from him with the putter earlier today.
Yeah. It continues here at the 7th. This for Eagle. Nothing but net. Here he is at the 11th. This to save par. Got a little bit of trouble off the tee. No doubt.
No doubter for him, and then from just a shade under 100 feet on the 14th for Eagle.
Yeah, just trying to tap in this Eagle putt from 98 feet 11 inches. That's a good putt to about 5 feet.
If it was within 5 feet, he would make it. And then on 17 for par.
And up and down out of the front bunker of this whole location. Very impressive.
Plus 4.13 strokes gained putting. Living up to the #1 putter on tour so far this season, and it's been a great equalizer. One of the reasons why he's got the second lowest round on the course. Corey Connors 5 under through 15. He's starting to make a run into the top 20. Good showing for both of these guys. I know they'll be frustrated with what transpired over on 16, no doubt. Even 15. Both of them not making a birdie.
Yeah.
They're kind of halted a little bit of that special momentum.
Yeah, it was looking good after 14. The 2 birdies there at 14. But you got to get that ball in the fairway at the 15th, and that is a tough tee shot today with the wind whipping out of the left. All right, outside chance here for Sam Burns.
Chip at a chair. Let's see.
This is for a 5 under par round here on Championship Sunday, and to get to 3 under in total. Should break a little bit to the left.
Not the pace that he wanted, but strongest he's been from that distance. Well, 67 on Sunday would be an impressive way. And how about my man? Just dogs are barking. You saw that?
Yeah.
My man just did not have any shoes on.
Just airing it out.
Living his best life.
Corey Connors currently has the round of the day going at 5 under through 15.
Schauffele almost having to get into the creek to get a good read on this one. Which is awkward, Carl, because you can't get your full traditional kind of setup and read as you'd like to.
Yeah, he's the guy that uses the line on his golf ball too, so can't do that being on the fringe.
For 68.
Let's go.
Got it. Never a doubt you won't see many birdies.
Good round of golf, even with the troubles at 16 and 17.
Just the second birdie of the day. Now Burns for his 67.
What a great group.
We were due. Yes. Burns finishes at 2 under. Good 67 from him, and Xander Schauffele with that closing birdie on the 18th. It's just 25 putts for Sam Burns. Out in 31. Just a lone blemish on 16th, but an impressive round for Sam Burns and Xander Schauffele as well. As
A lot of fun this morning and this week, Peter.
As we saw Xander with that eagle chip in on the 8th. But again, 2 doubles on 16 kind of hurt his chances this week. Overall thoughts on what we're going to see today and the rest of the day?
Really looking forward to seeing how this thing's going to play out. Is Scotty Schauffele going to run away with this, or somebody going to put some pressure on him?
Severikis and Verplank and Steve Scott have Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau coming up next. For Matt Every, Carl Paulson, I am Peter Burns. Been a great morning. Thanks for hanging out with us on ESPN's Plus coverage of the final round of the PGA Championship.
Just a few hours left. For one man, today will be one of those memories that returns to him on his deathbed.
I've got a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard. I got to go out there and have another really good round.
Oh, he's got a shot at this tomorrow.
For everyone else in contention, it will be a lost feeling that they can't quite reconjure, and an experience to learn from and also try to forget.
You know it's just going to be a really good fight. Everybody's going to have their foot on the pedal, and when you see those big names and heavyweights up there, you're going to have to earn it.
It's going to be nuts.
It's a Scheffler showcase performance. Luminaries have been rising up the ranks here.
Get your popcorn.
You just have to play a great round of golf.
It's what you dream of. This is why we play.
You know what they say, never miss a Sunday show. It's the final round of the PGA Championship.
How good a watch is this going to be this final day? ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you into the final round of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. The second time Quail Hollow has played host to this event, this the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. I'm George Zavarikis alongside Scott Verplank. Following our twosome today on ESPN Plus will be Steve Scott. Our guys will have to seriously go low. The bottom two names, the twosome we have our eyes on. Tony Finau, Bryson DeChambeau, each at 5 under par after 54 holes. They're 6 back of world number 1, the leader, Scotty Scheffler, at 11 under par. He and Alex Noren go off at 2:40 Eastern time. Our twosome has 10 minutes until they can press go. For Bryson DeChambeau, he's got to be thinking what could have been. Was it 8 under? Walking off the 15th green at that time, was up 2 on Scotty Scheffler, had a 1-shot lead. He has been a major machine his last 4 starts, 1 miscut, 3 top 5 finishes. A win at the U.S. Open, a runner-up at the PGA Championship last year. He's a big game hunter, but the bogey on 16, the double on 17, and that's why the deficit 6 coming into today.
Yeah, he had a chance, George. He was right there in the middle of, like you said, a shot up and an 8 under. Played very well up until the last 3 holes.
He had significantly outplayed Scotty Scheffler through the first 13 holes. This was early in his round. DeChambeau's approach to the first, and this was a tone setter. Hits the fairway, hits the green, but the putter, wow, up and over the hill from right to left. He buried it out of the gates.
And that, we saw how difficult the first hole was playing yesterday. Kind of awkward wind direction and speed, so great start.
Got a fist pump out of DeChambeau. Will race up to the 8th, had just birdied 7. The drivable par 4 was near greenside off the tee.
Yep,
nice touch.
Left it in the perfect spot for the chip. Nice straight putt here. Looked under control.
Pars on 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. We'll skip past those. Birdied 14, and then here on the 15th, the par 5 15th, his 3rd.
Yep, left it what I kind of thought was the easiest place to make a 4 from if you're not on the green. Right in the front bunker, had a great look at it.
This to grab the lead at 8 under par, all by himself. DeChambeau was 5 under, bogey-free on the round, leading by 1.
And fully in control.
Missed a 6-footer for par on 16. His first misstep in this really sunk him on 17.
Yeah, obviously the ball got kind of hung up in the wind, started turning more than he's used to, and he's in disbelief.
Can't come anywhere near bringing the water into play on the 17th. The drop, his 3rd shot. This landed on the green, and
that's where his tee shot should have been, and he knows that, but I think he really just got fooled by the wind.
Had a bogey putt, but it wasn't to be. Bogey on 16, double on 17, 5-5 from 8 under to 5 under in a 2-hole stretch. All totaled, it was a 2 under, 69, inaccurate off the tee. The irons were pretty solid, 12 out of 18 greens, but just such a poor iron shot on 17.
Yeah, for him to have any chance today, he needs to drive it in at least half the fairways, if not more. But then he's got to get his irons dialed in. He can't afford to have any big mistakes like that he had on 17.
What number do you think, if you're Bryson DeChambeau, you have targeted? The low score this week has been a 64. There was a 65 yesterday.
It's got to at least be 64 would be my guess. But they're, you know, these guys are so good. There's some 4 under par scores on the course, some 4 under par scores posted. It's obviously going to have to be a special, magical day for him. But you know what? I know he's in a good mood. I talked to him just for a second. The Dallas Stars won in overtime last night, so he's all jacked up about that. And now it's whether he can take all that positive energy and take it to the golf course and feed off these huge crowds.
Low rounds today. We're taking a look at Tony Finau yesterday. We've seen a couple 4-unders, 67s out of Sam Burns. This was Tony Finau in the par 3 4th.
Right at it. Very similar to Scotty Scheffler's tee ball in the 4th.
This was the birdie birdie putt on the fourth. Finau, nicely done.
Yeah, and that's a good sign when the big Finau starts making putts, because that's basically the only thing that holds him back in general.
Finau birdied 7 on 8. Played it to here.
Perfect. These are the kind that he struggles with in general. But so far, pretty solid this week.
Went out in 2 under, 33. Bogeyed the 11th, couple pars on 12 and 13. Is at 1 under on the round, playing the par 4 14.
And no problem for him to get there. And similar to Scottie Scheffler, he hits a beautiful shot right up there pin high. But it rolls away, but it's still in great shape.
Right by the drainage area. Finau.
Putted this one, came up just a little short, but a fairly simple birdie 3.
That was his last birdie of the day. Pars to the house from there, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Pretty tidy round. He and Bryson DeChambeau wind up with the same score, 69s. Very different road in which Tony Finau took to get there.
Yeah, Tony obviously was a little more consistent and had a stronger finish, but both of these guys have the firepower, George. If anybody could make a move, might come from here.
Crowds piling in. They're in Charlotte, North Carolina. Tip time coming at 2 p.m. Eastern for Bryson DeChambeau and Tony Finau on ESPN+. Back at it. How about this? What camera work? Getting you up close with the crowds filtering in to Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. Everyone's saying hi. See if they can watch Scotty Scheffele march towards his third major championship victory, or could one of these guys flip the script? Tony Finau, Bryson DeChambeau, about to tee off 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Wind freshening a little, George, which I'd say if you're 6 behind, you need the wind to blow a little
Ladies and
bit.
gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 2 o'clock starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Utah, Tony Finau.
Six-time winner on the PGA Tour. Has had 3 top 10 finishes in the PGA Championship. Best career finish was T4 5 years ago at TPC Harding Park. Has never won a major. Has had so many top 10s. Was close at the 2019 Masters. Hasn't gotten it to the finish line. He's 6 back. First tee shot.
Yep, should set up perfect, and I think it did. He likes to hit that high cut. And remarkable, that little short backswing just bombs it.
And now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
One of the fan favorites, runner-up last year at Valhalla. He birdied the 72nd hole to tie Xander Schauffele. Schauffele, the group behind, then answered with a birdie of his own to win by 1. Bryson has won the U.S. Open twice. One of the biggest hitters in the game. 6 behind, been 1 under on the first hole this week.
Yeah, he needs to hit one of his patented bombs here to get the crowd riled up right from the start.
He's got to feed off the energy from the crowd. That hammered. Bryson watching it, should carry.
That's plenty. I hope it doesn't go too far. No, it's perfect.
Dead center. What a start for Finau and DeChambeau.
And look at the size of the crowd with this group.
And among the crowd, we have Steve Scott with our twosome this final day. Set the scene for us.
Good afternoon, guys. Yeah, a lot of electricity and a lot of wind, just like we saw yesterday. But this hole locations today, we've got a lot of scoreable hole locations out here today, way more than we had yesterday. A lot more in the centers of the greens, away from the penalty areas. We even have one in the bowl down there on the 7th. So we're going to see some eagles. We're going to see some action today. And these guys need to get it done. And they need to do a lot of what they did right here at the first hole. They've got to hit some fairways. Getting this ball in play, so important when you get the opportunity, because both these players have been outside the top 50 in fairways hit this week. And all the best rounds really have been played from the fairway. Yesterday, Scotty Scheffele shot 65, hitting 13 out of 14 fairways. Siwoo Kim, 64 on Friday. He hit 12 of 14 fairways. We know both these players have the firepower. They're going to need a little bit of luck from behind and a great round to get the job done today.
They would need an unforeseen collapse from the best player in the game in Scotty Scheffele.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect a collapse. Maybe if Scotty kind of goes into stall mode and only stays around par, these guys will have an outside chance. It really depends on these the first 9 holes.
Mm-hmm.
If they can, miraculously get out in a, 4 or 5 or 6 under par, then all of a sudden it's game on.
Was on Sirius XM radio, PGA Championship radio earlier. CEO Derek Sprague came on as we're going to take a look at the action from our 2 guys, Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau, and I'll share that conversation with Derek Sprague in just a moment. Very different moves to the ball.
Yeah, both big guys, tall guys. Tony's really tall, and you can see how low his hands are and how far out in front. And then look at the difference in the length of the backswing. Bryson is going for the fences every swing. Tony is going to the fence right down the middle if he can.
Bryson's trying to hit it out of Quail Hollow.
Yes, he is.
And Tony Finau plays his cut. Bryson DeChambeau, baby draw.
Both of them hit their signature tee-ball right there. So that's we'd hope to see a lot of that today.
Looking at the hole locations, and it was on PGA Championship Radio with Brendan DeYoung, who's going to be over on the other stream this afternoon on ESPN+. He saw a lot of birdieable hole locations. For the U.S. Open, if you have a number in the lead after 54 holes, normally if you just protect that number, you'll win it. At Augusta, for the Masters, very different. second 9 on Sunday, there tends to be volatility where someone could go 4 or 5 under and try and chase you down. And I'd ask Derek, what's the mentality for the PGA Championship? It's DNA when setting up Sunday hole locations, and they're more like Augusta, where they want there to be birdies. They want there to be roars from the gallery. They want there to be the opportunity for someone to go on a serious run, which could be from 7 to 15, or for Scotty Scheffler yesterday, it was 14 through 18, 5 under the last 5.
Let's listen into them first.
Yeah, and even 4. Yeah, 3's fine. 84. Into the wind, 12, 13. Yeah. Just, is it a 7? No. It's got to be an 8, right? 96. The numbers would say we're close to a 7, but I don't really like it. The 1037 I don't really like either. I like a good 8. Okay. So I'll put down and slow it a little bit too. Yeah. Just slow one of these? Yeah, but just like try to flight it. Yeah. And yeah, we're just on it. It's what, 11 o'clock right now? Yep. Okay, just on it or just left of it's fine too.
Music bumping off in the distance. The conversation done. Steve Scott, what do we got in?
Greg Bodine with the marching orders there. 189 for Bryson. Wind out of the left, pretty good, but it should fit this front hole location. That's very accessible.
He's watching it intently, and that's why. That is not a great start with a club with an 8 on the bottom of it.
And you said your key for him today was the iron game.
Well,
unforced error from middle of the fairway to.
It's been his. That's why he didn't contend more at Augusta.
Mostly in. It's just the tiniest bit on the left. Yeah, we're trying to finish just barely left of this flag, right? Okay,
10 steps closer, 179 for Tony Finau here. And unlike Bryson, he has hit his iron so much better. Number 6 in proximity to the hole so far this week, averaging about 39 feet.
Trying to bring it in left to right. Looks like he's done a pretty decent job of it. Short. There's the wind, George. One of them looks like it kind of got caught up in the wind, and the other one kind of was going everywhere. So still going to be tough.
Both guys will be scrambling. I would assume where Finau ended up, the easier up and down of the two.
I don't think there's any doubt. Back to your point earlier, the hole locations, pin placements are definitely birdieable today. They're hoping, I think they're hoping for a few guys to take advantage of it and try to put some pressure on Scotty Scheffler. And if Scotty Scheffler plays like he did yesterday, I'd say it's probably going to be a moot point.
Burns 467, that's already in the house. 3 players at 4 under par on the course. Corey Connors, Harris English, Thorbjorn Olesen. They're all late in the day on the backside. Connors playing the 18th, Harris English through 14, Olesen through 16. For much of yesterday, it had appeared that 67 would be the low score for the 3rd round. Then Alex Noren went 4 under his last 5 to shoot 66. I figured, okay, 66 is going to be the low number. And Scotty Scheffler somehow goes 5 under the last 5 to top that with the 65.
Well, they got the momentum going on the 2 easy holes, 14, 15, and then miraculously they made some birdies on the Green Mile.
As you're with us on ESPN Plus, George Savaricas and Scott Verplank. We have Bryson DeChambeau, Tony Finau, just beginning their walk around Quail Hollow. Final round coverage. If you want full final round coverage, it's now over on CBS. Steve Scott walking with our twosome. DeChambeau pacing off his 3rd shot. Any idea how far onto the green he's going to try and land this, Steve?
Yeah, he's walking right around where he's going to do it. You know, it's very doable from this left side, guys. It's the right side is the bad miss here. So both these players have left it in a reasonable spot. Bryson's chip is going to break, 2.5, 3 feet maybe, but it's working more up the hill. And he got a fortunate break to get it into the first cut of rough as well. It's not in the primary cut, so should get some clean contact on it.
Yeah, no doubt. If this ball was sitting in the thicker stuff, it'd be a much more be much more of a guessing game.
His scrambling game has not been sharp, though, this week. 12 of 19 through 3 rounds, so he needs to make sure he chips and putts. You're going to miss some greens today with this wind.
Third shot.
Keep going a little bit, and that's an excellent approach right there.
Which Steve mentions the scrambling numbers, and that's a nice start for DeChambeau. He led the field at the Masters through 3 rounds, and that's how he was in that final group. But you don't want to be totally reliant on your short game to save you, but this week 12 for 19 is not a phenomenal number, and that's part of the reason why he's 6 behind Scotty Scheffler.
Well, the reason he's 6 behind is because of his horrible finish yesterday. But if you leave yourself in like where Tony is here, your scrambling numbers should be pretty good.
Finau.
Looks like there's a great chance for 2 routine 4s and moving forward.
Tony pops it in, par on 1.
Which, as we saw yesterday, is not a bad way to start. Very few birdies and a fair amount of bogeys with the wind blowing like this.
Anything to this for DeChambeau?
Not really. If anything, it just kind of works towards the front of the green from his left to right, but mostly uphill. Such a difficult hole this first, just to get off with a nice solid 4. I mean, you're beating people for sure with strokes.
Yeah, and it's such a hard hole that it's kind of a calming effort if you can just make par and get over there and bust one over the trees on number 2.
A lot of birdies for the field so far on this second hole. 14